Hello, Rabbi Mullet. Um, I do not keep late hours. It's only 8 o'clock. Apparently, we're just watching Jacob today. Jacob and Shadow. I considered talking about well, I'm listening to Father Eric. Um, I considered reading my final papers from social work school. Ugh. I, my research class paper is just the fact that paper isn't getting an F, and I'm sure it won't get an F. I would actually be happier if it got an F. Yosef's yelling at me on Discord. And I probably should be listening to Rabbi Mullet's stuff instead of Father Eric's, but Father Eric is coming to visit me in a couple of weeks, and Rabbi Mullet is not. Wow, Paul Vanderbilt here. What's the latest and greatest? Um, no Zag Chidish. Chidish. Actually, I would be interested in hearing your response to my new disclaimer. All of the disclaimers. I decided to make a video about disclaimers, so Rabbi Mallet might find it interesting. I read something about ChatGPT picking stocks better than most fund managers this morning. It's not hard to believe. ChatGPT thinks I'm Rabbi Simon Jacobson. That's quite a mila there. And yes, if you do join, Jacob's going to yell at you and then Someone join. I have to go to sleep. Okay. Hello, Tim
Hello.
Gross.
It's the first time I've caught you live.
I don't believe I know you.
We chatted a little bit in DM yesterday.
Aha! Oh, you're the Tim from
Discord.
Idaho.
Yes.
Aha! How are you doing, Tim from Idaho?
Yes.
I asked you how you're doing. You can't answer yes to that.
Oh, sorry. I had to close the window. I had you up on YouTube as well, and I was getting a feedback loop.
Yes, that does happen in time. Yes. So how are you doing? You're Eastern Orthodox.
I am Eastern Orthodox.
Which flavor of Eastern Orthodox?
I'm Antiochian, so I'm under the same patriarch as Father Stephen DeYoung.
You know, yesterday I was researching what's going on with the Antiochians.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, that Metropolitan Joseph. That's yeah. I was nonplussed to hear about this.
To be honest, I know that something went down, but I haven't kept up with it because I've been in the middle of a move to Idaho.
He resigned,
Okay.
which is good considering the charges.
Okay.
Yeah. He was not being very bishopish. Let's just put it that way.
Disappointing because I met him a few times and he seemed like a really nice, down to earth guy. So,
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate that he was a creep.
okay.
Yeah. And now you have a new metropolitan, and I hear this new metropolitan is nothing like him. So yay, I guess.
Yeah. Haven't met him yet, so I don't know.
Yeah. So it's it's disappointing to find out that people you expect to be nice and holy end up being not.
Yeah. Hate to say it. Been there, done that. Got the T-shirt.
Yeah, it's one of the things I say. When wherever you go, all the people you meet are going to be human beings. Every last one of them. And that's really disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, because I told you I grew up in uh, Ventura County, but when I was at Chapman, I was actually going to, before I was Eastern Orthodox, I was going to the vineyard at Malibu Vineyard. And that blew up for very similar reasons as well.
Funny enough, the only other person I know who was involved in the vineyard, his father was a pastor, apparently.
Okay.
And now he's a white nationalist living in Japan with his mixed race children.
Okay.
Yeah, people are strange.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Next time you're in the Los Angeles area, you have to let me know. We'll grab coffee or something.
Okay. That's all. It can be tricky. Coffee's usually easier, but I unfortunately have celiacs. So.
And you're Eastern Orthodox, so you spend half the year being a vegan.
Yeah. That does make it tricky.
Yeah, I did not realize how restrictive the Eastern Orthodox diet can be. Like, yeah, it's pretty restrictive.
That it is.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, though, I'd say it's not as strict as being celiac. So,
Well, at least it's not like keeping kosher, because keeping kosher, you just basically you can't eat like even food you're allowed to eat unless you know that it's kosher. Like it's when I was keeping kosher, it was very, very difficult to make sure I had food. Um, like there's raw foods like fruits and vegetables that you can always
mhm.
have, but other than that, it's like it becomes pretty difficult. And yeah, so
Is that because of the you're not supposed to mix certain foods?
basically anything that's cooked has to be certified kosher.
Okay.
And if it's not certified kosher, um, like I certainly, when I kept strictly kosher, like I was, I was very strict. So
Okay. Yeah, the being a celiac, it's very similar to kosher in that you have to be very strict. And unfortunately, most restaurants, I don't know if it's just because they're trying to save their butts from lawsuits, right? In ways like we can't guarantee that there's no cross contamination.
right, and you know if they do say that there is no cross contamination and somebody gets sick, they're gonna get their behind suit off. So yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. So what made you decide you wanted to talk to me?
Oh, basically, I guess it was more. I'm just curious more about Judaism. As I mentioned, part of my journey into Orthodoxy. But there's a lot more details, but I give sort of like a quick high overview with a little hint as to what led me there. Um, is the aha moment I had when I was studying constitutional law, which is really it comes down to the issue of language not staying static, and there's a difference between what people intended when they originally wrote it versus how we understand it today, because for various reasons words have changed over time, and then you add translation on top of that, and that's a whole nother complication.
Yeah. I mean, I'm I'm kind of ambivalent on the whole question, partially because I think people. So, for example, um, a lot of Christians will defend translations of the Bible because they'll say, "Oh, like the Hebrew it can't be the same Hebrew as 2,000 or 3,000 years ago." And in a sense, they're correct. Um, at the same time, like I think, well, part of the reason my channel I really focus on, and for a long time it was just teaching Hebrew. Like that's what my entire channel was teaching Hebrew, was because when you're not even looking at the same text, right? Like you're
Mhm.
looking at one translation, I'm looking at another translation. You know, the whole thing with Psalm 22, my hands and feet they pierced, or um, my hands and feet like a lion, right?
Mhm.
It's like I can I can give you every I can give you a very detailed explanation of why it's like a lion as opposed to pierced.
Mhm.
But a lot of Christians will just point to somebody like Michael Heiser, God rest his soul, who would make a very good argument. And there are plenty of Christians who will make a very good argument for why it's pierced. But like, if you actually know Hebrew, you realize how forced the argument is.
Mhm.
And so if I'm going to if I'm going to go try to find somebody who will make an argument, as opposed to actually understanding it myself, right?
Mhm.
And the same thing goes with any sort of translation, right? I can translate something one way and somebody translates it another way, and you're choosing between translators. That's very different from me just showing you a text and being like, that's what it says,
Right.
right? And so, yeah, I'm of two minds on that, because in some aspects, yes, I completely understand. Um, obviously, languages change over thousands of years, and what we mean by certain things can't really be the same. Um, yeah, fraud. Michael Heiser passed recently, which, I mean, I I hate to say it was kind of a relief, but like while he was sick, it was very hard for me to attack him, and now I can just say I hope he repented before he died, but it's a joke. But look, ultimately, that's why my motto has become Zephaniah 3:9. Um, I, Therefore, um, I will overturn, I will renew upon the peoples a new language, because I think ultimately, in the future, when things are made clear, people will not be arguing over languages like they are.
Mhm.
And that's part of why I think it's so important to actually have a particular text, which is why I am such a defender of the Masoretic text, and why I think it's necessary to, in fact, um, like Masoretic text primacy is important to me.
Mhm. Yep, and I would agree because I mean, like I said, for me, like with an area where I have more expertise, just because it's at least in English. 'Cause I don't know Hebrew and I don't know Greek. If that help, I don't know Akkadian or Egyptian for some of the more obscure areas in the Hebrew Bible.
I do have to say, Biblical Hebrew is one of the easiest languages to learn. It's pretty simple.
What scares me is that when I did try taking Spanish, I actually failed it 3 times.
Biblical Hebrew is definitely easier than Spanish.
Okay.
I speak both Spanish and I know Biblical Hebrew. I can tell you, Biblical Hebrew is much easier than Spanish.
Okay.
Although I learned Hebrew after I learned Spanish, and every once in a while I would find myself, I still find myself like taking a Hebrew verb and trying to conjugate it in Spanish. Like I will never forget. I was trying to conjugate what I thought was the verb to eat, ochlar,
Okay.
and then I realized, oh, ochel is a Hebrew verb. It's not a Spanish verb. There's no verb ochlar.
That's funny. Uh,
Charlie, go study for your final. If you fail your final, I will ban you from my channel permanently. He has a final tomorrow, and he's sitting here talking about cows, lady cows, and cows.
oh my. What's he getting his degree in?
Some sort of engineering. All the young men in this little corner are all like engineering types.
Okay.
Yeah. Which law school did you go to?
I did not go to law school. That was something I did for fun.
Oh, okay.
As I mentioned, I was actually a film and television major with an emphasis in new media.
Okay.
Um, and the key is emphasis in new media. So it was actually a way to get into programming through the arts direction as opposed to the math and science direction.
I see. I see. This is my cat, Shadow of Death,
Hello.
and that's the Valley of the Shadow of Death. Get it?
Yeah, I get it. Uh,
Yeah. One of the people in this little corner actually so you teach at Chapman, you said? Or
no,
you went to Chapman?
I went to Chapman, and I happened to
You
go there when, and you'll probably recognize his name. Um, I'm, I'm probably getting confused with the comic book writer because they had a very similar name, but his was Marv Myers, I think, not Marv Wolfman.
mm,
Marv Myers was the head honcho over the Jesus Seminar and the main translator of the Nagi Hagi library for the
mm,
Gnostic Gospels. So if you pick up a translation of the Gnostic Gospels, his name's on it.
I see. Yeah. So one of the people who's involved in this little corner, Justin Wells, I think his last name is, teaches teaches at the film school at Biola.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's gonna be at Chino, which I'm guessing you're not coming to.
No. Too far
Yeah.
away.
Yeah. Well,
That's a 14-hour drive.
right. Yeah. What made you move to Idaho?
You're familiar with the law that got passed in California, AB5?
No. I should
Yeah.
be though.
So it went into effect January of 2020, just before COVID shut everything down. And it was the law that was passed to kill Uber and Lyft was its primary goal. And I became a collateral damage along with truckers, hairstylists, journalists.
I see. Yeah, a lot of people. Well, yeah. Yeah. Um I don't know how I feel about that because ultimately, okay, how much do you know about Bird, um the scooter?
Scooter, I think I just lost you there, Jacob. You're frozen.
Can you see me?
Yep, now I can see you. There you go. Last I heard is you know about scooters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my connection. Sorry about that. So Bird is a business model for. They have these electric scooters which are far flung all over the city of Los Angeles, and people rent them by the hour to go places. And what Bird does is what Bird does is they pay high school kids to go pick up these scooters, take them home, and charge them. And they give them $20 to charge the scooters. Well, this works because the high school kids are using cars that their parents are letting them use.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're not paying for gas, and they're not paying for the car, and they're not paying for the insurance themselves.
Right.
And then they're taking the scooters home and using residential electricity to fill up these scooters.
Yeah.
And so if the company actually were paying people any sort of even minimum wage to do this work and paying for the electricity as at commercial rates, they would go bankrupt in no time.
Right.
But what's become a California thing is to have tech companies with gig economies where you your income comes from your employees. And that's really what Uber was often doing. A majority of people who drove for Uber actually ended up losing money.
Right.
And so, yeah, Fraud says the bird scheme is genius and I hate it. So despite being a conservative and being a fiscal conservative, I would say more fiscally conservative than most people who think they are fiscally conservative, because I actually believe in economics and I would like to think I know more about economics than most of the people who talk about it. I really, really hate the skirting of minimum wage laws, and in fact, that's how I ended up suing Hasbro. For anybody who recognizes this, I did end up suing Hasbro because I really, really hate when people work for less than zero. And you would be amazed at the number of people who end up working for less than zero. And so I am a big fan of minimum wage laws. And so, yeah, I was aware of that law, Proposition 85, that passed. And honestly, I really hate what percentage of people, especially, I say it all the time with Hispanic immigrants to the United States, they literally end up working for less than a minimum wage as independent contractors. And it just kills me.
Yeah, I get that. It's one of those things where an issue needed to be fixed, but I felt they used a nuclear bomb to fix it.
Okay, the question becomes like, how do you, like, yeah, I mean, law is difficult. This is who was I listening to? I was listening to somebody who was talking about this. Oh, Steven Pinker today. So he was on that. There's an Australian guy who does here. I'll find the interview because I sent it to a friend of mine. Steven Pinker was on John Anderson. Reason, Optimism, and the Limits of Wokeness, Professor Steven Pinker, 9 days ago on John Anderson. And it was a pretty good discussion. And one of the things he talks about is people in their general lives recognize, oh, of course, 2 + 2 = 4. And you would be ridiculous to say 2 + 2 = 5 when it comes to anything that you actually, it's like, well, I have 2 cans of hard cider here. And like, if you were to tell me that, like, no, it's actually 3 cans of hard cider, I would be like, no. Reality matters, right? And by the way, if anybody wants to know what I drink hard cider. That was for Teo because he's coming to visit, and if he's going to buy anything for my fridge, I'm just joking.
I think it's me. I have a question for you then. Because I used to be a big Strongbow drinker until Coors bought them out. Do you have a good suggestion?
A big what drinker?
I used to drink Strongbow a lot, which is a hard cider from England. But they got bought out by Coors, and they added a ton of sugar to it. Now it's nasty. And I was hoping maybe you used to drink it and you'd have a suggestion for it.
Honestly, the only hard cider that around here that's actually any good is Angry Orchard, and it's not. There aren't very many different.
Okay.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of choices out here. Although, and Teo says Strongbow is fantastic, but that might be the British version. Anyway, back to 2 + 2 = 4. When it comes to law or politics or philosophy or theology, even, and even with, and this is what kills me about, like, I'm getting a master's in social work right now. I'm taking classes. Like with psychology, people believe it doesn't matter. It's like there's no real answer, and it's like, no, there are real answers with, and this is one of the things Eric Weinstein and I have spoken a few times, and one of the things that I constantly bring up with him is he thinks it doesn't matter if the justices on the Supreme Court are on the, he thinks Ginsburg, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, was just as good a Supreme Court justice as Scalia or Thomas, and he thinks it doesn't matter that Sonia Sotomayor or Ketanji Brown Jackson, like, they're bad at the law. Now, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was just incredibly horrible. Like, quantitatively, you can see she was just absolutely incompetent as a judge. But, like, people don't actually think that it's as important as, an engineer. And the fact is, if you have a bad psychologist, let's say you have a bad MFT, marital and family therapist, right? And in their career, they see 1,000 patients, right?
Yeah.
And let's say they're just a little bit worse than somebody else, and 100 more people that get divorced than if they were a better therapist, right? That's 100 divorces. Out of those 100 divorces, like, how many people have gotten hurt? As opposed to, like, almost any other job. 100 divorces, like, that's a real impact on society.
Mm-hmm.
But people think, oh, it doesn't matter if, psychologists, like, some are Freudian, some are Jungian, some are, whatever, cognitive behavioral therapists, and they genuinely don't think it matters if one of them ends up with fewer divorces or more divorces, fewer suicides or more suicides. Like, one suicide will destroy an entire family.
Mm-hmm. And even friends and community, because there's
Right.
the effect. Best way I can describe it. It's not the correct term. I know there's a medical term for it, but it's like the touch of evil.
Yeah.
We get copycats as well. It's like
contagion. Yeah, suicide contagion is real. And then when it comes down to law, right? So a legislature choosing one law over the other, right? So Fraud asks, does Jewish law have a concept of minimum wage? In essence, it does. It really does matter. It really does matter if the legislature is a little bit better or worse, and people vote without actually, like, caring if the legislators are actually competent or not. the insurance commissioner here in California, oh my God, he is absolutely incompetent. Absolutely incompetent. It killed me that this man got elected. And he got elected because he was the most socialist of them all.
Right.
And he's been the insurance commissioner for at least 2 years now, and people have died because of that. But nobody actually thinks that insurance, like a bad insurance commissioner, results in deaths. Although, if you think about it, it should be very obvious how easily a bad insurance commissioner results in lots and lots of deaths.
Yeah, see, I'm one of those ones that doesn't know, so I'm curious, like, how you can make that direct correlation.
Well, okay. The one thing that absolutely killed me, and this is the most obvious one, although I mean, just think about policies as far as health insurance and car insurance and car accidents, right? That there are lives involved, but a few years ago, and this was before it was Laura's fault. Laura is the insurance commissioner, but PG&E in Northern California, a few years ago, pled guilty to 85, I think it was, counts of involuntary manslaughter.
Okay.
It was while they were on probation for 10 counts of involuntary manslaughter because of their negligence in keeping their power lines.
Okay.
And what was absolutely obvious to me, and I was on a podcast discussing this a while ago, and I ranted for a good hour about it. But what was really obvious to me was PG&E did not have enough insurance. The insurance requirements on them was not high enough. So they just ended up declaring bankruptcy when all that liability came up for the 90 some people they murdered through their negligence. Now, if they had actually been required to have the insurance so that they were liable when all those people died due to their clear negligence, obviously the insurance company would not have allowed them to allow their whatchamacallits to fall into disrepair, their power lines to fall into disrepair to the point where they caused fires which killed dozens of people. So it was a question of insurance requirements, and they should have had much higher insurance requirements as public utilities, but they didn't. Hey, this is the other Eastern Orthodox Tim from north of here. Can't forget that California required PG&E to spend all their budget on renewable energy. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Oh, actually, I'm Memorial Day weekend. I am going to be driving up to Eastern Washington. So I am not planning on meeting up with too many people, but I might make it through Idaho. So might have a brief amount of time to meet up and say hi. But I'm going to go pick up my dog, and depending on if I have a house sitter here or not, I will have more or less time to drive up and down. Lazarus says Eastern Orthodoxy rules. Yeah, woohoo. No Sacramento time. I'm not really planning on spending too much time in Sacramento, just because it depends if Caleb is house sitting. If Caleb is house sitting, then I don't have to worry about Shadow being alone. But if Caleb is not house sitting, my parents don't like cats, and if they, so they're going to come and like visit and like take care of her, but like I can't leave her for days and days and days, like alone with just somebody visiting every once in a while. So if not, I'm gonna drive up quickly and visit Sherry, and then pick up Happy, and then drive back as soon as possible. If not, I am going to take more time and say hi to people. So we'll see. It's all up to Caleb. You guys can bother Caleb or not. Philotimo and Lazarus in the house. EOC, EOC. Hold on, but you guys are both like Greek, not Antiochian. So I don't know if that works. And Charlie is kidding because he knows as well as the rest of us that Luther was not a good person and is probably burning in hell forever.
Ironically, though, I have one of my friends back at St. Barnabas Church, Orange County, who's actually migrated here from Lebanon. Because outside of the U.S., the Antiochian Church is considered the Greek Orthodox Church. And I'm not sure how that works out exactly.
Well, okay. As I understand it, the patriarch, I believe it's John the 10th or something, of the Antiochians, is more widely respected as not being a pawn of any particular government, whereas Kirill II, I believe it is, or maybe it's Kirill III, of Moscow, is quite clearly was chosen by Putin for his position, and Bartholomew, who is also, I believe, the second of Greece. Many people would say he is in the pockets of strong interests.
Yes, I believe so. I've heard things around the water cooler and sort of him and our State Department being hugely involved in Ukraine over the last 10 years.
Well, that is certainly part of it. The OCA, there are a lot of people in the OCA who also don't like Bartholomew, but yeah. Charlie's joking because he knows sola fide, soli Christus, sola scriptura, sola, all the rest of the solae are all silly. Patriarch John is extremely likable compared to them, for sure. I don't know. I like Kirill, but I mostly like Kirill because he's become a total Judeophile in ways that that like really piss off a lot of the Eastern Orthodox, the Ortho bros. Like I end up like when I pull up Kirill quotes with Ortho bros, they don't believe that he actually said the things that he said.
All right, so you got to explain to me, because I've heard the term Ortho bros. What exactly is that?
An Ortho bro is a young man who on the internet has gotten into his head that Eastern Orthodoxy is really cool. Into his head. Lazarus, you need to turn off. Okay. Yay. Okay.
Are we good? Okay.
Yes, we are good. So bro culture online are young men who are extremely online and tend to spend way too much time on 4chan and other meme-scapes of the internet, and Partially, I have to say, because Russia is in fact seeding a lot of the internet with all sorts of like some of the videos on YouTube are hilariously pro Russia,
Oh
and
yeah.
it is hilarious. Like, it is absolutely hilarious to watch some of these, or what I would call ortho bros, which are okay, some 16-year-old boy from Georgia who is basically a Baptist, right? He's a Baptist, he's a fundamentalist Christian. He kind of sort of likes Donald Trump. He kind of sort of likes Putin. And therefore he thinks, oh, like Patriarch Kirill is based, right? And because Patriarch Kirill is based, then like, oh, the new cathedral of the Russian military that Putin paid for is like the coolest thing ever. Have you seen pictures of this thing?
No.
Oh, we have to pull up the cathedral of the Russian military. Russian armed forces. There we go.
It's even a lot of the Protestants are pushing it too now. You know?
Oh, it's become. Are you kidding? This cathedral has become the new Hagia Sophia cum
Yeah.
Vatican of the thing. Main cathedral of the Russian armed forces,
Oh,
and
Lord.
it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Look at that.
It is
Right?
pretty. I will
It
say.
is very pretty. It is incredibly pretty.
What are we looking at?
We are looking at Putin's attempt to create something better than the Vatican.
Oh, is this like the Navy chapel?
It's the main cathedral of the Russian armed forces. And
Oh yeah.
Like, they have drone footage on YouTube you can see of this thing. It's beautiful. It's like grand, and it's filled with like all these icons and stained glass, right?
Yeah.
And all that stuff. And like, there are these silly 16-year-old ortho bros all over the internet who are like in love with Eastern Orthodoxy, they think, even though they know less about Eastern Orthodox Christianity than like
Most people. Yeah.
well, I mean, they're just 16-year-olds, you know?
Yeah. Well, they're looking for their purpose. They're looking for, they're looking for purpose, and they're not finding it in the American lifestyle. So,
Yeah. So those are ortho bros.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't ever thought of them as 16-year-olds. That's new to me.
Okay, there are ortho bros up to age 40.
Yeah, that's true.
You can be
Guilty.
an ortho bro until you're age 40, but not if you're married. If you're married, you can only be 25.
Yeah, there you go.
So I'm not an orthobro then.
There you go.
Are you joking? You are nothing like an ortho bro, Tim. No, if you were
I'm
an
the chief
ortho
among
bro,
orthobros.
You gotta
if you were an ortho bro, I would not be encouraging you to start a channel, Tim.
Yeah, you gotta add like the some of them, and you gotta add like the incel route and like the total hatred of women, and it's all
Oh, come on, guys.
Well, the funny ones are the ones who look forward to moving to Siberia so they can become like a monk.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
those are.
I've known some people that did that. A couple of people, not Siberia specifically, but they moved to Russia.
Right.
They had a totally off base image of what it was going to be like.
Really?
They're like, oh,
yeah,
they're gonna be
they
so faithful and yeah.
I actually had some people that tried to get me to go to Russia with them. Like they were like, "You should come join us, Lazarus." I'm like, "No, I'm not doing none of that."
Same
The
goes for
orth-
Greece, by the way.
Yeah,
yeah,
that
but
happens too.
but to be a real ortho bro, you have to be a Putin pawn.
Oh,
Yeah,
And-
that's true.
And that's why when I pull out the videos of Kirill, like, so Putin in his attempts to like undermine like all types of secularity and stuff, right? So he's become a huge fan of Chabad Hasidus. So Chabad,
Really?
yes. So Chabad, my Hasidic milieu that I hang around with, was originally a Russian Hasidic dynasty, and like actually the Rebbe and his father-in-law were very involved with refuseniks and bringing down communism and all that, right? So there was an underground. I actually have a book here about it. Hold on, let me go get the book.
All right, now that Woodbucks had the chance to take over this channel, we have the chance. Oh no, he's back. Never mind. We can't take over this channel.
Who am I talking to here?
Deep in the Russian Night.
Ah,
An autobiography by Aaron Khazan. For hundreds of years, Russian Jewry suffered continual persecution and oppression. Under the Tsarist regime, the Jews were confined to the Pale of Settlement, subjected to brutal decrees and sporadic violence, impoverished and degraded. Yet amid all the adversity, Torah and Judaism flourished on the harsh Russian soil. Yeshivot and Hasidic centers sprung up wherever Jews lived, and for the most part, the Jews remained strong and steadfast in their faith. But with the communist takeover of Russia after the revolution of 1917, a deadly atheistic spirit swept over the vast Russian steppe that for the first time truly threatened to bring about the spiritual destruction of Russian Jewry. Deep in the Russian Night is the story of Aaron Khazan, an indomitable Jewish man who refused to surrender his faith in spite of the ruthless persecution of the new regime. The narrative begins with the author's family and community under attack from General Petlura and his Cossack hordes during the infamous Ukrainian pogroms of the early 20s after chaotic civil war raged in Russia. After
Fiddler
the
on the
communists,
Roof is Ukraine, right?
what?
Fiddler on the Roof is Ukraine, right?
Yeah. After the communists consolidated their hold on the country, the physical danger abated somewhat, but the systematic attack on religion in general and Judaism in particular began. With the aid of the notorious Yevsektia, this was the anti-Jewish section of the KGB. The Jewish lackeys of the Communist Party, a relentless campaign of legal and economic pressure was mounted against the Jews, a campaign which only the most heroic and dedicated Jews were able to withstand. Aaron Khazan was one of these Jews, and he succeeded in bringing up a family in the hostile communist environment and instilling his own strong ideals in all of his children. So, like, Chabad and the refuseniks and the Jewish resistors of the communists, like, and frankly, I have to kind of be proud of it. Like, there was a genuine fight against communism by these religious Jews. Hey, Chezi. And so now Putin has decided to, like, reinvigorates the pride of the Jewish Russians in fighting against communism through Chabad, and like he's paying for all these Chabad synagogues and Chabad rabbis all over Russia, right? So he loves Chabad, which, I mean, there were actually, during the Trump administration, there were all kinds of things about like how Chabad is a Putin like is a Putin allied religion in the United States, and that's why Trump really likes it and all that stuff. And so like Kirill, he is very, very aligned with the chief rabbi of Russia, and like he doesn't speak against Israel, he doesn't speak against, and like the Ortho Bros lose their minds when they hear Kirill.
Well, I mean,
That
you
makes
just
sense.
you just listen to his he had a sermon that he did on abortion once, and it was like from, I don't know, it was like 2007, I think. But he basically says like you can use like condoms, you can use this. And I showed this to some of these Ortho Bros, and they're like, no, he would never say that. I'm like, it's right here, like, and straight from Kirill's mouth, and they're just like, oh, this is not possible. I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry guys, he's not a Roman Catholic. Like,
Not only is he not a Roman Catholic, I mean, I think Russian Orthodox people realize that the great saints in their church don't get to become patriarchs and metropolitans. Maybe they can become bishops,
yeah,
right?
that's about, yeah, maybe I could,
I don't know. Many of the saints are bishops. It's only after the fact, though.
yeah,
I don't think most Eastern Orthodox people who are born in Eastern Orthodoxy expect the most religious, the most pious and greatest people in their religions
especially
to be the patriarchs and the metropolitans, maybe bishops.
I mean, especially after Stalin and all that, they definitely, I don't think it's like, no, everything's going to be semi-corrupt. It's going to be,
Yeah, I
what it
mean,
is.
ultimately, yeah, who gets to choose the patriarch? Ultimately, like, if you chose the wrong patriarch, they just killed him.
Right.
And that's when you find out he was a saint. Is after that.
That's, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you find out he was a saint if they kill him. Guess
Yeah,
what?
pretty much.
Kirill hasn't been murdered in a long. And how long has he been?
Kirill's too
Patriarch.
busy. Kirill's too busy getting on his yacht and doing all
Let's
that.
see. Patriarch Kirill of Moscow has been for 14 years under Putin has been the Tim's back.
Different Tim?
No,
Yeah.
we lost Tim Gross for
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For 14 years he's been patriarch under Putin. And guess how many months he would have lasted if Putin disliked anything he had to say.
0.
Yeah.
So it's like Russians know this. They don't expect the patriarch to be the most pious member of the Russian Orthodox Church, whereas Ortho Bros somehow find this surprising.
Right. Well, at least the Americans do, because they're so into the faith that they think that, like, yeah,
They're so into their conception of the faith, which has almost zero actual, and that's why, when Father Stephen says like it, somebody writes him an email and says, I've been listening to all this content and now I want to get baptized, he just deletes it
right,
because he's like, yeah, come to my church and then we'll talk.
right. I mean, I'd do the same thing if I was a priest. I'd be like, just come to church, come see me, or if there's a priest nearby, go see him. Like
Yeah,
that's
like
how I respond because I'm like, no, you're not getting baptized just because you watched a freaking YouTube video or podcast. Like, that's ridiculous.
So Lazarus, where do you live?
I live in next to Waco.
Ooh, you're a Texan.
Yep, I am. I
Did you go to the Trump rally?
No, I don't. I no.
What? You're how can you be Eastern Orthodox and not a Trump fan? Like
Yeah.
I thought like Trump was included in the liturgies with the bishops.
He is on the
Yeah,
Antiochians, as
if
far
that
as
ever
I know.
happens, you'll see me going like Jesus and destroying stuff, like getting a whip, maybe just going smashing some idols.
Tim, are you working on your church or where are
No,
you?
I found termite damage in my bathroom, so I ripped the whole thing apart. Like this wall is all just chewed up.
Wow, Tim
So, I'm
has
ripping my bathroom apart.
capacities. This is how you know Tim's not Jewish.
Actually, I am Jewish. Did you know that?
Doubt.
According to 23andMe.
Really?
Yeah.
What? Your father's side?
Yeah. So my grandma always said she was Dutch,
Okay.
and she I don't know what the situation was, but something to do with something happened in the West, and I think she was an orphan, or her my great grandmother, so her mother I think was an orphan,
Okay.
and then was adopted by a
I
Dutch family.
Yeah.
So I think we think that's where it came from.
Yeah. So, well, what year was this?
That would have been I'm assuming that would have been in the late 1800s.
Oh, okay. So that's yeah. So, yeah. Certainly in the 1920s and 30s, large numbers of Jewish families suddenly stopped being Jewish, especially in Northern Europe. Yeah.
My mom's side, we think that there's some Jewish side in our family because my mom's side was the Schwartz, and they were German, and we're not totally positive though, but we're like, yeah, there might be some Jewish blood in us because of like certain, like we have one ancestor that has this name that is really Jewish sounding, and it's like, okay, maybe.
Yeah, and you can always do mtDNA. mtDNA, until mtDNA came out, it was impossible to really tell like which side of the family it's from. But with mitochondrial DNA, like that's you can tell if your mother's family was Jewish or not. That's how there was some doubt with my mom's family, and I did the testing and it was like, yep, you're Jewish. So I couldn't get out of it.
Interesting.
I'm stuck.
Oh well, that's what it is.
So Jacob, you were talking about that. You're reading from that book, and my only context for that is basically Fiddler on the Roof. So I was wondering. So I was thinking about the guy. Are you familiar with the movie, like with the plot?
Fiddler on the Roof,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the guy that goes away to college or university or something, and he comes back, and he's now like the
communist.
Yeah, I think he was supposed to be a communist, right?
Right. Yes.
And it also made me, as you're reading, I was thinking about, like, I have heard people saying things about how many of the like original revolutionaries were Jewish.
Well, so there was definitely in the original, so in the 1900s, the original, so part of the fact that it was kind of impossible for Jews to convert to Christianity and be accepted as Christians. Uh, you ended up like Karl Marx. Both of his parents converted to Christianity, and he was sent to Christian schools his whole life. And before he was born, so he was raised a Christian, and all through school he was called the Jew.
Yeah.
So he hated religion. He hated Judaism, because like when his parents converted, the rest of his family completely disowned him, and then supposedly they're Christians now, but in all the Christians called him the Jew, like that was his nickname in high school, and so he absolutely hated religion. And you see a lot of that in like
in his writing.
what?
You see it in his writing that he's like, God, this religion is it's the opiate of the masses. It's the
Right. He completely hates religion, and it comes from this experience of like getting it from both sides, from what he considered all religion, which was Judaism and Christianity.
Mhm.
And I mean, also he was a pretty disgusting person just in general. I mean, if you learn much about his life, like he was a really horrible person, and without Engels, he probably would have amounted to absolutely nothing. It's funny how Engels was the one who enabled him to become Marx.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like Engels and Hegel. They're basically they're like the ones that if I was going down the Marxist route, I'd be like, yeah, those are the ones that really kind of they make it sound much better than what Marx. If you read Marx, what he's going on, because
Well, I mean, Engels. It's not clear that much of what Marx says wasn't all the product of Engels.
right,
The reason it became called Marxism is partially because the socialists who disliked his form, right, the Engels form, said, "Oh, this is like Jewish socialism," and that's how you ended up with the nationalist socialists, which were like, "Oh no, like we're anti-Marxists, we're against Jewish socialism." But anyway,
right.
so there were a lot of, so Trotsky was Jewish. There were certainly a lot of Jews who were involved in like the Russian Revolution. But when it became but ultimately it was always mostly the leaders were not Jewish. Lenin obviously wasn't Jewish. Stalin wasn't Jewish. And Stalin.
Stalin was actually went to a seminary.
Yeah.
Right.
Went to Marx Seminary.
And so Stalin, he had what's referred to as the doctor's plot, where he blamed all the troubles on a bunch of Jews and like killed, tried and killed a bunch of them. So like the communists, I mean, and within the Jewish community, there was always a big divide between the religious and the communists, right? The communists were anti-religious. And that's actually part of the whole fight as far as Israel and Zionism, right? The Zionists tended to be, there were some religious Zionists, but they then tended to be the secularists and communists. And that's why Israel, when it was first established, was an anti-religious secularist state. And like, as I was pointing out on my Discord server, the Declaration of Independence deliberately does not, as he says, there is no other hand.
What does that mean?
Well, because he's a Zionist, God have mercy on his soul. And like the Declaration of Independence, the Israeli Declaration of Independence, mentions God maybe in one word, kind of, which was all that the anti-religious would allow. But because there were some religious Zionists, they demanded that there be some reference to God in the entire declaration. So towards the end, they kind of sort of almost mention God.
You're just baiting Chezi right now, aren't you?
No,
Hope he's gonna hop on.
What's he gonna say? Everything I am saying is absolutely the truth. It might not be true facts he would be pointing out, but it is true. Hello, Bill. How you doing? Bill is not Eastern Orthodox.
Well, can't win them all, I guess. That's all right. Tim and I, we will win over this whole crowd. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Chezi's going to spout some rabid Zionism, no doubt. Charlie says. Lazarus, how old are you?
I'm 31.
You are 31. Are you married?
Not married.
Why are you not married?
Hasn't happened yet.
I'm not sure I approve.
Potentially in the future it will, but not yet. Got to get stuff worked out. So,
with God's help.
Yeah, with God's help, it'll happen. Sure. There we go.
Ryan! Ryan is one of our Noachites, and he's Australian. And he knows Korean.
Wow.
Yep.
I barely can speak Spanish, so. And sometimes my English is pretty Texan, so.
I actually got to eat Korean barbecue.
Barely heard you. You said something about a barbecue.
Oh yeah, I was saying that I got the chance to actually eat Korean barbecue in Korea.
You said something about Korean barbecue. Am I the only one having trouble hearing you, Tim?
It's pretty quiet.
Charlie says, it's okay, Lazarus. I have a couple of 20-year-old friends who are married, and I'm 20 and not yet married. I'm sure we'll get there.
I've got a girlfriend. We're talking about that, so, you know.
Okay, so you have no excuse. Get married.
Yeah, I'm going to have to still wait on that, but it's cool.
Is she Orthodox?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Tim, why are you messing with my screen?
Oh, did I screw something up? Sorry about that.
We will never forgive you.
I'm on my phone here. It wasn't look right, so now it looks better for me.
Does that help now?
He did this for a second. Except he did it with himself, not me.
Oh. Oh, I get it now.
Yeah.
I'm on my phone. I got a new phone, so it actually seems like StreamYard's working now. Remember I kept getting kicked off whenever I logged on?
Yeah,
Last,
StreamYard on my phone was difficult to use.
It's hard to use it on the phone.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
I've tried it at least once for my podcast stuff, and it was like, nope, this isn't happening.
Right, you have a channel. I was going to have you on my channel and go on your channel and stuff like that, weren't we?
Yeah, if you want to. I'm down for it.
Okay, we should do that. I've been kind of busy. I turned in my final projects for my master's classes, and I was absolutely disgusted with myself, and I decided, you know what? I am going to. No, Charlie, you may not join. Do you know why, Charlie, you may not join? I think you know, Charlie, why you may not join.
Isn't he got a final?
He has a final tomorrow.
Dude, you got to get your final done. I'm just
the paper I wrote for my research class was oozing with sarcasm in ways that if my professor understood I was being sarcastic, she should give me a fail. And if she were to fail me, I would feel so much better about the world.
That's glorious.
No, it's not. It's terrible. I posted the paper on my Discord server so people can see it. It's disgusting.
This is why I don't. Yeah. I guess I would do pretty good if I went back to school because I would be smart enough to
lie and
to lie. Yeah.
Okay, I posted this quote from my final paper on my Twitter. A thorough understanding of equifinality and systems of oppression helps us create a theoretical framework which provides adequate explanatory power in any given collection of data. We are aware that systematic forces will create adverse results for the marginalized populations. Once data is collected, it will be incumbent upon me to match the data with the theoretical framework provided by my research to understand how it confirms the model created by researchers.
That's a
Do
lot
you
of words.
understand
Did
what I just
ChatGPT
said?
write that for you?
That's a lot of
No.
words and a lot of meaning in a dictionary for that equal focal whatever the heck you just said.
Equifinality.
Equifinality. I've never even heard that word until just now. But I'm a
I don't know,
Texan.
dude. Maybe I couldn't go back to school.
But I'm a
Okay.
Texan, so you got.
So what I just said. Good night. Good night, Bill, and hope you have good time at court. He's trying to adopt his foster kid.
All right.
Aw.
Heck yeah.
But what basically I said there, if you were paying attention, was regardless of what the data says, systemic racism happened, regardless of the data. That is exactly what I said.
All right.
A plus.
Well, you can word anything to make it sound good, I guess.
Yeah. It's your job to yeah, Charlie understood what I said. It's your job to force the data to fit the preconceived model and conclusions. Yes, that is exactly what my paper said. And if my professor doesn't fail me, which of course she will not, then it just proves that the class is worth 0. If I had argued, like the first paper in that class, I argued for science and she marked me down for it. And I said, guess what? I am going to argue for anti-science and I'm going to get an A. And I will get an A being anti-science.
Well, yeah, because science is part of the oppressive systematic racism.
Yep. Like Charlie said, well, I'm glad we're all agreed on the Trinity then, Jacob. Basically, you're right. Yes.
Jacob's finally a Trinitarian. Thank the Lord. Praise Jesus, the Holy Messiah, that Jacob also now worships. Oh, dang.
Garth is right. I am hacking into the system.
Peace, guys. I'll see you later.
Later, Tim.
I actually don't know how to get off of this.
It's leave studio on the bottom. Don't end the
There's
broadcast.
There's
On
no
the
controls
blog.
available.
Leave studio.
Uh-oh.
Don't end the broadcast.
This is the moment of truth,
Leave
everybody.
studio.
There are no controls. I'm just gonna turn my phone off.
I will kick you from. I can't kick you. Why can't I kick you? Can I
What?
kick you? I can't kick him. Why can't I kick him?
You're not the admin.
I am the owner.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. I see. Chezi's trying to find references to God in the Israeli Declaration
Uh-oh.
of Independence. Yeah, the Rock is God. Yeah, sure, Khezi. The Rock is God. Yes. uh,
Yeah, I'll have you on if you want to come on, man. We always talk about eschatology all the time. I'm trying to dive into other subjects too, if possible. But like, I think I
I'll
don't know.
explain the eschatology. I'll explain all about eschatology.
That's
For
cool.
2,000 years, Christians have been wrong, and now they're realizing it.
Right.
What's the question?
Right. Exactly. That's exactly correct, Jacob. It's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Moving my eyes around like, mm, well, no.
No, are you sure?
I'm pretty sure,
I
but
don't know. It seems pretty clear to me.
I'm pretty sure because, but anyways, I hear you. I respect your opinion.
You don't. No. See, that's BS. Forget respecting opinions. I don't believe in respecting opinions. I
I
believe in honestly telling people what I believe and honestly listening to people what they believe.
I mean, I do too. I just still try to respect the opinion, though. I'm not.
Eh,
I'm not.
I respect the opinion if it's a respectable opinion.
That's fair.
Charlie, you're supposed to be studying.
I'm moving my car.
Why are you moving your car when you're supposed to be studying?
Said I want a parking ticket in the morning.
That's fair.
What's more important, a parking ticket or your grade?
Probably the parking ticket.
But it could have negative effects on his grade anyway. So there you go.
He's an engineering major. It's all math. Either he knows it or he doesn't.
Well, guys, I do gotta go, so I will talk to y'all later, though.
See you later, Lazarus.
They still grade on a code for engineering school. I was thinking of both the
You're not coming through very clearly, Tim. You said something about engineering.
Yeah. I forgot why. I'm not.
You know what?
Better or worse?
Your mic is, well, it's it's catching a lot of ambient sound. That's what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a very good mic, Tim. Sorry. Is it your phone or your laptop?
Laptop.
And
I'm supposedly using the ambient noise reduction.
It's catching a lot of ambient noise. Yeah. Khezi, the reason they decided to use tsur is because you could also translate tsur as not rock. And frankly, you can also use tsur as a way of making fun of the God of Israel, which I am sure is particularly why Ben Gurion allowed it, because that was just the type of man he was. Oh, sorry, Begin. No, Ben Gurion. Yeah.
What's he going on about? I missed that.
So the Israeli Declaration of Independence, towards the end of it, refers to God as Tzur Israel, which you could translate, if you really wanted to be nice, as the Rock of Israel, which could be a reference to God. Or if you're being Ben Gurion, you could translate it as the besieger of Israel. And I'm guessing that's why he agreed to use that one. Khezi is going to jump on and tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, we're hearing the buttons more than we're hearing your voice, Tim. And Charlie, for some reason, your camera is really good. I don't know where you got such an expensive phone from, but it's obviously a very expensive phone.
Got better now?
A little bit less ambient sound, but it's still hard to hear you.
It's just my iPhone.
Oh, you have an iPhone.
Yep.
I see.
My iPhone.
Charlie's
car.
wealthy.
Well, my parents are kind to me.
Charlie's parents are wealthy.
Oh, I know what I'm saying. I got to my car, now I get to drive it 15-minute walk away so I can walk back to my dorm. Very exciting.
And this was your excuse for finding a way to come on to the live stream, I see.
Yeah, it's like $75 if I leave it here too long. So I'm
So
gonna
for
drive now.
$25, you could have had your roommate move your car for you.
He's out of town.
Oh. So for $20, you could have some perfect stranger move it for you.
Right. Alright. I'm not gonna talk here because I'm a law-abiding citizen. So
You are not a law-abiding citizen. That's one thing we are sure of. And we've lost Charlie. Tim, try to say something.
Nope.
Barely hear you.
Yeah.
And who are these prophets? I have no clue. I'm guessing by the prophets of Israel, they mean Theodore Herzl. Come on, Chezi. It was deliberate. You can't reconstruct history like that. Prophets of Israel. It's the microphone. It's not a what you call it. After being forcibly exiled from their land, the people kept faith with it throughout their dispersion and never ceased to pray and hope for their return to it. Yeah, it does sound very secular, Chazi. Because mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu, Chazi. Some of us, at least, say that every once in a while. I don't know. Do you still say that, Chazi? Mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu? Are you gonna say that on Shavuot? Fighting with Chazi while he's not here is no fun. We have Chazi.
You managed to get me.
What time is it?
It's 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Normal time.
I'm running late today, so I'm running late. I'm doing.
You're cutting in and out, Fezzy. Everybody's cutting in and out on me. Any recommendations for external microphones? A lot of people get the Yeti, but I haven't found that it's actually that great. I think actually, like, any external mic works better than a laptop. It's the laptop that does it. The one I have is a toner. I bought it like for $30 off Amazon. I really like my camera, but I haven't found a mic that I really like. A lot of people get the Yeti though. How much is the Yeti? Yeah, it's $100. The problem is that for really good mics, you're gonna need something like the actual good ones. They cost hundreds of dollars and feed not in through USB but through higher things, and that's why the good sound comes from like mics that cost like $1,000. Yeah, that's the one I have. Yep. $35. And mine isn't great either, but the problem with yours is it's catching like everything close to your it's actually like when you type it's fine. So actually you probably could speak if you moved like really close to it, but like
that.
yeah, I will hear you better now. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what's picking up is actually an internal fan.
Right. That's the thing. It's
When I first got on the fan, it wasn't running, and now that it's hot,
oh, the fan might be the sound might be actually from the fan. Yeah. It's the fact that it's a laptop. Yeah. So there you go.
I just need to get an external mic, and $34 should be enough to get it away from the fan. There's no ambient noise on that. It's like
or I mean, you can use headphones and stuff. That'll do it.
I'm actually wearing headphones.
But a lot of the headphones that you're using don't have a speaker. Don't have
right.
So like any whatchamacallit will do. Chazi, are you back?
I'm back.
We have Yechezkel
Shraga Halevi.
Shraga Halevi. Oh, what was your father's name? I forgot your father's name already. Moshe?
Halevi, Spiro.
So Yechezkel Shraga ben Moshe Halevi.
Nope.
No?
Yamod Yechezkel Shraga Halevi ben Moshe Halevi.
Really?
It's my third name and my dad's second name, and all my boys' third name.
You and your grandfather was way too proud of being a Levi.
I have a ring that has a Levi stone in it from the Choshen. Well, not really from the Choshen, but you know. Yes, our family takes it very seriously.
Except for actually going and washing the hands of the Kohanim.
No, because what?
Yeah.
It's just not the job. It's just not. It's just not the job of the Levite to be washing the priest's
Yes,
hands.
it is. Do you know how many Levites have cups on their graves? Like that was the traditional
I know it's sad.
gravestone. Why is that sad? It's
First
called
of all-
being proud of your shirut, of being
No.
of serving. It's
My
called-
service.
Yeah.
Our service is supposed to be just like where the name Levite comes from walking with and assisting Livui, while that's what his mother names him, and the job of the Levite, as described in much of the Bible, is to shepherd, guide, interact with the people, and teach the Torah. And some also helped with some washing of some hands in the temple. Tim, how are you?
I'm doing good. Just trying to fix the microphone. So
Yeah, his microphone's bad.
Oh yeah, we're
How
hearing you
many-
pretty muffled.
How many names is normal?
Two. Well,
How-
for Ashkenazim, two. For Sephardim, one.
That means no middle. And-
No,
Well-
you'll have people with three names also. It's a little less common, but you'll have a lot of names
Oh, in addition to the last name.
in addition to the last name. Yeah,
If we count first, last, and anything in the middle, how many total?
3.
Yeah. So the part of it. So I have three names, but that's because one of the names was the secular name, and for Ashkenazim, a lot of times the secular name was the translation of the Hebrew name. And so they included it. So, for example, there's a lot of Aryeh Lev, Menachem Mendel, Tzvi Hirsch, Dov Ber.
Yechezkel Shraga.
Really? Yechezkel and Shraga mean the same thing?
No, those names go together very often.
Oh, okay. But those other ones, the names actually mean the same thing.
Yeah, correct. Dove Bear and like Riggs and like Vel Wolf. I mean,
Yeah.
my son, we call him Billy, but he has like three different Hebrew names with the last name.
Okay. And so I had a Persian name, which was a Zoroastrian name to be used commonly. And then my Hebrew name was Yaakov or Jacob. And so I still have the Persian name as my middle name here in the United States. I just switched the two. But when I get called up to the Torah, I just get called up Yaakov ben Chaviv. Whereas Ashkenazim like to add lots and lots of stuff.
I never liked that converts are named when they go up to the Torah, they're son of Adam.
Abraham.
Abraham. I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I just think we don't have to erase their parents.
That's the whole point of Abraham being of Hamon Goyim.
No, I understand why they're doing it. I'm just saying I don't love it. But more specifically, Jacob, about the Declaration of Independence in Israel.
Yes. Hashem Yerachem Aleinu.
It's so funny because actually during during Independence Day, I was just reading it again and I got emotional, reading those lines about the prophets. And as I was getting emotional, I was like, you know what? I should really send this to Jacob and have him read it out loud on his channel because. But ironically, here you are saying it's all nonsense. I look at it in my framing that, like you said, this
It's all deliberately anti-religious, secularist, atheist,
It's always a good move for an atheist and a secularist to bring in the word like prophet, prayer, the Rock of Israel. It's always a great move. Very, very smart.
Okay, you know what? Let me go ahead and read you the Wikipedia article on the Israeli Declaration of Independence.
You don't have to.
Apparently, you haven't.
You don't have to do any of that, Jacob. You just have to realize that after 2,000 years, it doesn't. I don't care if all of them are secular, which they weren't, and many of the people signing it were Orthodox rabbis. The point is, after 2,000 years, you have a people coming together using that original language that the prophets spoke about, referencing those prophets, referencing coming back to the state of Israel. The fact that you would have people, and by the way, this happened obviously in the establishment of the United States in a certain sense, but
No, you did not have people deliberately trying to avoid the use of the name of God because they hated God.
You are correct that the name of God specifically, there was movement for that trying to be avoided, but even the people trying to avoid that don't realize that they're already swept into this miraculous event. They could be saying whatever they want, kicking and screaming. Trying to be
kicking
Sure.
and screaming.
Great, kicking and screaming. Nevertheless, they established the state of Israel. They frame it within the prophets. They call it based on the biblical name. They're using those words. So, like,
Kicking
again, you have to
and screaming.
Okay, so read the
article.
One second, Jacob. Last thing.
The second major issue was over the inclusion of God in the last section of the document with the draft.
Wow, Jews having an issue, arguing. Wow,
and
what?
Placing our trust in the Almighty. The two rabbis, Shapira and Yehuda Leib Maimon, argued for its inclusion, saying it could not be omitted, with Shapira supporting the word God of Israel or the Almighty and Redeemer of Israel. It was strongly opposed by Zisling, a member of the secularist Mapam. In the end, the phrase Rock of Israel was used, which could be interpreted as either referring to God or the land of Eretz Israel. Ben Gurion saying, each of us in his own ways believes in the Rock of Israel as he conceives it. I should like to be to make one respect. Don't make me put this phrase to a vote. Although its use was still opposed by Zisling, the phrase was accepted without a vote.
I know, it's so miraculous. And
yes,
also,
it is very miraculous that these Marushayim were forced to admit that God exists.
I'm so happy that like Tim and Charlie are both. I see them both crying for how excited they are for the Declaration of Independence and how they clearly see.
Excited.
So again, if you read that Declaration of Independence to any Jew, like 200 years ago and on back, they would just immediately fall down the floor, start crying, thinking that the Messiah has come. It's just Jacob right now sitting in his home in LA thinking like, no, this is not really written the way I would have imagined it be written. It's beautiful. It's prophetic.
You're talking to Jacob and two Christians who also agree with you that the Messiah has come, and all three of you are wrong.
Anyways, the term Jacob is correct that that term rock was disputed. However, in all our prayer books here, we now reference and purposely put in the word the rock so it could be culturally appropriated to definitely mean God. So there should be no confusion.
Retroactively are taking God out of our prayer books in order to make it sound like the people who were against the prayer God were in fact praying. Beautiful.
No, I'm not saying that they were praying. I'm just saying anyone that is religious knows exactly what those words mean to him.
Anyone who's religious and trying very hard to reconstruct a history that didn't exist.
What history didn't exist? You just read it on Wikipedia. They said we want to use God's name. Don't use that name. We're going to use this name. Fine. I rather not use that name, but we're going to use it. So there you go. I mean,
So,
it's true that the states have "In God We Trust" on your money, right?
yes.
We didn't get.
This country, unlike Israel, was founded on belief in God.
I'm reading to you that they're talking about the prophets. Where do you think these people think they came from?
Which prophets do you think that David Ben Gurion was thinking of? I assume it wasn't David Amelech.
Correct. He's thinking about all the other prophets that were talking about coming back to Israel.
Which prophets exactly? Please.
Like
please,
Amos or Micah, like Amos or Micah or Isaiah or Ezekiel.
Bull. He was thinking of Karl
All right.
Marx.
We had this conversation on Discord. I tell you, every day when I walk.
Not really. Yes, go ahead.
Every day through a prophecy, because I see this old couple sitting next to these kids playing in the garden. And that sounds like exactly word for word what the prophet said would happen. And I mentioned this to Jacob before, and I'll say it again. Redemption has come.
That's God
From how to survive.
Down. Yes, that's God preventing him from speaking further heresy.
Am I with you?
No, you said some heretical things, and then God droided you.
Then I'll mention it again. I mentioned that the redemption has come, and I said that it's a starting point, not the goal. The redemption came when we came back to our land over here, and for 2,000 years we were learning our Torah, studying our Torah about how to live properly. And now, after 2,000 years, we could actually start practicing living and not learning how to live.
So on Shavuot, are you going to say Mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu?
Yes, Jacob, because I'm part of like an Orthodox community. So like I'm
God.
Having said that, what I see in Israel on Shavuot night, Shavuot is the holiday Pentecost, okay. And in Pentecost, after prayers, everyone stays up all night, and they all around Jerusalem, any synagogue and any little hole in the wall has classes throughout all the night with different speakers talking about theology, religion. I mean, obviously religious subjects, but all different types of topics. And that's all that's happening around Israel, which you can't. Yes, exactly. Thank the Lord that is what's happening after 2,000 years on Pentecost in Israel, is everyone goes around to try so they could glimpse a little at the infinite light of, and he's infinite enough to even be included in the name Rock.
And hopefully none of the secularists who are trying to destroy your little country will come to your synagogue on Shavuot to protest.
No, I don't think they're going to come to that.
Baruch Hashem.
How's it going, Charlie?
I'm supposed to be kicking Charlie off, and Andrew comes on. Good. Andrew, am I supposed to be kicking you off? Are your parents going to get mad at me too?
They'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be fine.
Do you have a final tomorrow too?
No, I have nothing. My midterm's just finished,
now.
so.
His midterm's finished. Okay.
Yeah.
I have my final terms. When do you finally get out, Andrew?
What'd you say?
He asked when your semester's over or your
Dude, like
quarter.
a month and a half.
Really? That's really late. Yeah. Are you already in summer? What quarter is this?
Spring? I don't know.
Hold on. Yeah, UCLA's on the quarter system, right?
Yeah. And we still get whacked out and stuff like this. Yep. Yeah. I I'm like halfway worried that too many people are gonna come to my baptism. I
Too
don't
many
think-
people are coming to your
Yeah.
baptism? How can
Yeah.
too many people come to your baptism?
I do not think like the baptistry room is big enough for everyone.
The baptistry room doesn't need to be. We don't need to watch you actually get baptized.
How many
And-
you got showing up?
I don't know what.
Well, are
I don't
your
even know.
parents coming?
No, it doesn't work out with the schedules at all. And they did not want to go. So
Okay. So what was the whole question with I saw you on Father Eric's.
Mhm.
You were asking about your baptistry. If you've already been baptized according to the Copts, they wouldn't rebaptize you, would they?
no, they do.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you wondering about? No, actually, I looked it up. Copts don't rebaptize if you got baptized Catholic.
Depends on the parish, and also haven't been chrismated Catholic, and
Yeah,
also like
charismated is the thing. Yeah.
and also I've already been like baptized Protestant, so the whole like one baptism thing is already out the window.
I was gonna say, I thought you were Lutheran. Where's the Catholic part coming in from?
My dad grew up Catholic, and by the time he had me, he was already evangelical, but he baptized me Catholic and evangelical. Yeah.
Wow, look at you.
So you're going to be thrice baptized. You're getting a Trinity baptism.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I think my dad thinks I'm just like catching Pokemon or something.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, so your father did tell you that you got baptized Catholic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I know anybody who's had it 3 times. That's pretty impressive. I have friends that want me to get baptized again.
I know
I was
people
8
who've
months
been
old and took 8
circumcised
years.
3 times.
Well, Jacob, you know, that feels. No, I can't say that. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna. Andrew, don't do that, buddy.
What?
Don't do it.
I do recommend, if you guys, I don't know what your guys' schedule is, but Jacob and his book club launched a new book
Yeah.
that they're going to be reading.
Mhm.
And it's a very good book. It's a
The
solid book.
Great Partnership. Have you read it, Kazi?
Yeah.
I haven't.
Who's it by?
Rabbi Jonathan Sachs.
Rabbi
Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs.
After his death, unfortunately, he's becoming a lot more popular. There's been like a wave of Jonathan Sachs in Israel right now. A lot of his work has been translated. It's a shame he didn't get more attention in his life. I mean, he was fairly famous, so
It's a shame he died so young.
yeah, for sure. And also, in the public eye's view, also very sudden. He was sick for a while, but they didn't really talk about that. So that he was like on TV one year, and then he was just like gone. So it was a very big loss. But I recommend people join this book club, which is quite interactive and seemingly very productive.
He was 72 when he died.
Yeah, that is young. I mean, it's my dad's age basically, but it's still very young.
You know, he didn't want to become a rabbi. The Rebbe told him to become a rabbi.
All right, John, a fine gentleman. After I proved to Jacob that God is with us at all times and in the state of Israel, I bid you guys adieu, and
We'll be in touch. Keep it real.
Later, Chazi.
Have a good one.
Adieu.
Bless you.
All right. It was nice meeting y'all. I've got to sign off because I've got to get up for work in 6 hours. So
Good night, Tim. It was
Good
nice
one,
talking to you.
Jacob, I joined your book club, but I'm pretty bad at finishing books right now. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Charlie, first of all, the first thing of the book club is in a month. Well, in 3 weeks. So not this Thursday. Next Thursday is going to be just like a meeting. And then we're going to have the first reading 2 weeks after that. So like in 3 weeks. But you should be studying for your school or for your final. So get off my channel.
Fine. I'm still gonna watch though. You can't ban me from all of them. I
I
have 5
can't
YouTube
do
accounts. I have 5 YouTube accounts. Try me.
if you
School,
don't
other
do well,
school,
if you don't do
personal.
well on your, if you get anything less than a B on any of your grades, I'm going to ban you from my channel for the next semester.
Well,
You
it might
hear
be
me?
too late, but
What?
alright.
Charlie,
Huh?
Charlie, come on. You can't get
What?
less than a B.
I know.
We'll talk later.
Apparently.
Bye, Charlie.
I'll eat my cookies in peace. You two have fun. Good night.
Good night.
Now I'm stuck with this guy. Jeez.
So what's the plan? I'm not making any plans for your baptism.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
gonna have
yeah.
to make all the plans.
Yeah. Do you want to get lunch somewhere?
Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah.
I have no idea if I'm gonna be up at 7:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Oh God.
A bit much.
And then your ordination, that's gonna be a whole other thing.
Dude, everyone's talking about my ordination already. Like, what?
Yeah, everybody's
Hold
like,
on,
hey, weren't you
hold on.
ordained yet?
Hold off a little bit here. Come on. I've only been here a year.
Okay, Pope Shenouda IV. Now Charlie's finding an excuse to walk all the way back to his car. As if his car doesn't automatically lock when he moves the fob far away from it. Andrew was already reading. He wasn't even freaking baptized, and he's reading in church. That's not allowed in the Eastern Orthodoxy.
Only during Vespers, not during liturgy, the important stuff.
Yeah, sure.
We've got different traditions and whatnot. Yeah. Part of why, I'm suspicious of the East Orthodox is that they're all monolithic. Don't tell them I said that.
If you believe in the Holy Spirit, you believe in its capacity to, in fact. This was part of the whole discussion we were having about the Zohar on my Discord, which I don't know if you were following.
No.
So the question becomes, about 800 years ago, a gentleman by the name of Moses de Leon published a book called the Zohar, which means the splendor. And that book, he claimed, was thousands of years old. And was immediately accepted by very large numbers of rabbis as being a book that is thousands of years old of Jewish mysticism. Some rabbis did not accept that, but all of those rabbis ended up not becoming the majority opinion in any way, shape, or form, to the point that about 500 years ago, when the Code of Jewish Law was written, it was basically accepted by everyone that the Zohar was, in fact, this ancient book of Jewish mysticism. To the point that about 200 years ago, there were barely, and there still continue to be barely, any Jewish communities, almost none, which descend from a community which did not accept the Zohar itself. And while academics were like, this isn't thousands of years old, that guy just wrote it himself, right? Moses de Leon. Well, until we found the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then, once we saw the Dead Sea Scrolls, it became very, very obvious that Moses de Leon did not just come up with this by himself. If anything, he must have compiled it from ancient texts that he had, in fact, had some sort of access to, because the wording is way too close to the things which were in the Dead Sea Scrolls from 2,000 years ago. Yeah. But there are still some people, Yosef, who do not necessarily believe that the Zohar is thousands of years old. Mm-hmm. They think it's more like 800 years old, maybe a little bit more, but they don't. So what did I say in okay, so we were talking about the guide for perplexed, and which was written by Maimonides.
Mm-hmm. Everyone seems to be perplexed about that, you know? Like, some say you shouldn't read it, some say you should read it.
The question isn't whether or not you should read it. The question is, I mean, sure, read it. Why not? The question is whether or not it is to be considered authoritative in terms of Jewish teachings, and what parts of it and in what manner it is authoritative. Mm. So what I wrote is, it's not like I dismiss the guide. Who am I to dismiss the guide? But the Mishnah Torah, which is his accepted magnum opus of Maimonides, is a work of halacha, Jewish law. It has actual authority in Judaism, and that comes not only from the personal authority of Maimonides. Maimonides was just one person, even though an important Jewish leader. Turning him into some sort of founder of a new religion, which too many people do, is something I think Maimonides himself would have been horrified at. And Yosef responded, the guide is in theory a defense of traditional Judaism against the influence of other religions and philosophy. But it certainly is not a new religion any more than the Zohar. And then he put a smiley face with a tongue stuck out after that. And I responded, just the comparison is silly. The guide is one man's understanding of something at one time. The Zohar is a revelation of Torah to Moses on Sinai that was hidden for thousands of years because the world could not withstand its divine light. And Yosef's response was, that's one understanding of the Zohar, but you know it's not mine. And my response to that was, it is the universally accepted understanding of the Zohar by the vast majority of Israel, to the degree where it is questionable if someone with a different understanding can be included in a minyan, that means basically whether they can be considered part of the congregation. And to explain what I mean by why it is doubtful is, so there are some very small number of people who come from communities which never accepted the Zohar. And so it's impossible for me to say of those people who come from those communities that it is somehow incumbent upon them to accept the Zohar. I can't say that.
Mhm.
But the vast majority of people like Yosef, who like to depend on that, don't come from those communities. They come from communities which did accept the Zohar. And so for him to reject the very basis of his own Jewish standing as a Jew is a completely different thing than somebody from, for example, some of these Yemenite communities who they've been Jewish and they are Jewish and they never accepted the Zohar. But like, we're talking about 50 people in the whole world who can actually genuinely say that. And like, many people like Yosef who point to these 50 people and they're like, see, they don't accept the Zohar. And it's like, yeah, but they're not rejecting their own link to Israel by doing that. And Charlie believes in the Zohar, so there you go.
The debate's settled.
Debate is in fact settled because Charlie. And you know what? I am even going to play this. I saw this today. It's actually only from today. So this is Rabbi Breitowitz, Shlita, speaking, being asked about this because it's become a big thing. So
those claims are validated in any way, does that really have any ramifications in the
Yeah, the issue of the Zohar, Moshe de Leon, this comes up a lot. And again, my correspondents have strong views about all sides of this question. Here's what I would say, though. I would say that, number one, the Vilna Gaon, the Ramchal, the Ari, and I should add the Shalah HaKadosh, all say the Zohar is Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, and therefore, that is what we accept. But I think your second point is also a valid point, and that is, at this point, even if we were to assume a Rav Moshe de Leon origin, let's assume that, you're still dealing with a book that has been learned and studied and commented upon for more than 800 years. You're not talking about, oh, yesterday I found the Zohar in my basement. You're talking about a book that has been studied by thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of great tzaddikim. So as a result, the ideas in the Zohar are said to represent spiritual truths, irrespective of the way those truths came into the world. So as a result, therefore, I think the issue of authorship is a less significant issue than people make it. People seem to assume, oh, once you make it Moshe de Leon, then the Zohar is worthless. No. What about the fact that 800 years of great tzaddikim have used the Zohar as the basis for their thought? Right? So in a sense, therefore, I think the validity of the Zohar is a standalone validity that may not be totally connected to authorship. But yeah.
and that is Rabbi Yitzchak Breitowitz, Shlita.
But what if it's like a cognito hazard, right? Like these people, they read the Zohar and then it influences their thinking into thinking that the Zohar is great. But what if they were wrong the first time, right? And like they never should have read the Zohar in the first place.
We're talking about the leaders of the Jewish people for the past 1,000 years, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Including the Rebbe. And we all know the Rebbe is right about everything.
Yeah. So they've told me that I've got to take a patron saint, and
But your
yeah,
name's already Coptic.
yeah. Dot dot
So,
dot.
so
No,
Saint Andrew?
no. Like everyone has them.
Okay.
Like even if your name's already whatever Coptic, you've got like a secondary name or whatever, I guess. Yeah.
Is there Saint Zohar?
I don't think they take that one.
Charlie, I hate to tell you this, the Zohar is in Aramaic, not Hebrew.
Yes.
So,
I've got a week. Saint Athanasius's feast day is on Monday, not tomorrow, but day after, week after.
I can't remember if Athanasius was one of the anti-Semites or not.
I have no idea. From what I've read, he has On the Incarnation, Life of Saint Anthony, and Against the Gentiles. Ooh.
Athanasius of Alexandria. Jerome isn't a Coptic saint, is he?
I don't think so.
Let's see. Saint Jerome. Because I really like Jerome in Coptic Orthodox Church.
I think it is, because he's a contemporary of St. Augustine, so he probably is.
So, our venerable and God-bearing father Jerome was noted as a scholar of Latin at the time when Greek was considered the language of scholarship. He was one of the most learned of the fathers of the Western Church and is noted as the translator of the Holy Scriptures into Latin. This translation, the Vulgate, became the official biblical text of the Roman Catholic Church. During his early adult life, he traveled extensively learning Greek and Hebrew while pursuing his rhetorical and philosophical studies. Among the many treatises, commentaries, translations, and exegetical works that he undertook was the revision of the Latin Bible using the more recent versions of the Hebrew Old Testament, and ascetic and harsh critic of secular excesses. He was a strong defender of the Orthodox faith against the heresies of his time. His feast day is commemorated on June 15th. Jerome was born Eusebius Sophronius Hieronymus around the year 340 in Stridonius, on the border between Pannonia and Dalmatia, in what is now Bosnia-Herzegovina. While he was born into a Christian family, he was not baptized until 360 when he journeyed to Rome. Under his father's direction, he was well instructed at home before being sent to Rome to further study. While in Rome, Jerome studied under Aelius Donatus, as well as learning Koine Greek. From Rome, he traveled to Gaul and on to Trier, where he apparently began his theological studies. Then, around 373, he traveled east through Thrace and into Asia Minor. He stayed for a period in Antioch, where, through visions, when he was seriously ill, he resolved to lay aside secular studies and plunge into study of the Bible. Looking to a life of asceticism, he went to the desert of Chalcis. In this environment, he began a study of Hebrew and found time for writing. Around about 378, on returning to Antioch, he was ordained a priest by Bishop Paulinus. Then, shortly afterwards, he traveled to Constantinople and continued his study of the scripture under the guidance of Saint Gregory the Theologian. Invited to attend the Synod of 382, he returned to Rome to be indispensable to Pope Damasus in the resolution of the schism of Antioch. At this time, he undertook the updating of the Latin Bible on the basic of the Greek New Testament and the Septuagint in an attempt to end the differences that had entered into the Western texts. Having maintained a monastic lifestyle, his criticisms of the secular clergy led to increased hostility from the clergy and their supporters. With the death of Pope Damasus on December 10th, 384, he lost his protection and so returned to Antioch in 385. There he found life in the secular world burdensome. He moved to Palestine to settle down to a life in a hermit cell. In this settled environment, he began his most important works. During the last 34 years of his life, he produced his best commentaries, his dialogue against Pelagians, his most passionate polemics, and his revised translation of the Old Testament based upon earlier texts. He died on September 30th, 420, near Bethlehem, where he was originally buried. His body is said to have been translated to the Church of Saint Maria Maggiore in Rome, although there are various claims that some relics are possessed elsewhere. He's a post-Nicene father. Doesn't say if he's a pre-Chalcedonian father, though. Coptic Orthodox Diocese. So this is from the Coptic Orthodox Diocese of the Southern United States. In his commentary on the fall of Adam and Eve, St. Jerome said that the serpent was not really the devil himself, but was some cunning creature that God created. Is this so? And would your grace recommend this interpretation? The Holy Book of Genesis, chapter 3, addresses the fall of man. In this chapter, the devil or the name of Satan is not mentioned. Tayo, how you doing?
Yo, what's good?
We are trying to find a good saint for thing. So with regard to Saint Jerome, there are many controversies concerning him and his writings. It is true that he was among the most learned Christian scholars of his day. He was among those who ardently insisted upon the importance of the classical culture and education for Christianity. Among those agreeing with him were other apologists such as Saint Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and Saint Augustine. Most of St. Jerome's adult life was the focus of controversy. He was either loved or admired, or suspected and rejected. History records him to be of very colorful character. His sojourn into desert life was but a short-lived one. He was known to have talked more than thought at times, and his humbleness much questioned. Jerome's scholarly knowledge, though, is indisputable. I suggest reading the book Jerome, His Life, Works, and Controversies, as I think you will find it very interesting reading. Well, that's less than a complete acceptance of Jerome. Tayo, who do you think Andrew's patron saint should be?
I don't know a lot of saints, but I'll go for George. I like George.
A lot of people like George, and
He's from England.
There is a relic of Saint George. Actually, he's not. There's a relic of Saint George at Andrew's church.
Yeah.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, it's awesome.
See?
Yep, there's a piece of him there, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
Which part?
I don't know.
Good question.
It's all wrapped up and preserved.
Servetus.
Severus.
No, Servetus. Who is Severus? I don't know Severus.
The spirit bearer.
So after the Council of Chalcedon, it was the Copts, and the Copts against the world. And Saint Severus was like, "Let me actually go into the tradition and see what everyone's saying."
I can't believe there isn't a wizard online. Pick a saint, patron saint. There must be. We should have Chat GPT. I'm gonna ask Chat GPT.
Oh gosh, here we go. Between this and Jesus, ChatGPT, Jesus, that I think it's Gavin that's working on the AI.
Okay.
What's
new chat?
What's a good Coptic saint for my Asian friend?
Let's ask the oracle for a saint.
Okay, so let's see what ChatGPT says. Hello, ChatGPT. I need some help for my Asian, half French, half Chinese friend Andrew, who is going to be baptized into the Coptic Church of Pope Tadros. No, Pope Tadros? Yeah, Pope Tadros.
Yeah.
Next Sunday. Hello, I'm here to assist you. How can I help you with Andrew's baptism? He needs a patron saint that is beloved and revered by the Coptic Orthodox Monophysite Church. Female saints won't work.
No.
Saint Mark the Evangelist, obviously. Saint Anthony the Great.
A good one.
Saint Shenouda the Archimandrite.
Yeah.
Patron saint should be male. Certainly, some male patron saints.
The
Saint
Dragon
George
Slayer.
the Martyr. Saint Abanub the Martyr.
Yep.
Saint Mina the Wonder Worker.
Yep.
Saint Athanasius the Apostolic. Wasn't Athanasius? How do you spell Athanasius? Athanasius and anti-Semite. It is true that some passages in the writings of Saint Athanasius that have been interpreted as being hostile towards Jewish people. However, it is important to note that such views were unfortunately prevalent. Okay, so which Coptic saints didn't hate the Jews?
ChatGPT repping for the
Saint Moses the Black. There we go. Saint Moses the Black sounds
Dude,
good.
I'm not strong enough nor black enough.
Who's Saint Moses? Was a former slave who became a leader in the monastic movement in Egypt. He is known for his humility and compassion towards others, regardless of their background. Saint Moses the Black seems good. Saint Pishoy the Ascetic was a monk who lived in the 4th century. He's known for his spiritual wisdom and his compassion towards those who were suffering. Saint Damiana was a young woman. No, that doesn't work. Any Chinese Coptic
No.
saints?
I highly doubt it.
Well,
I was
if there are
thinking-
any. There are
Andrew, challenge accepted.
there are many Coptic Orthodox saints who have been venerated in China, particularly in Hong Kong and Macau, where there are significant Coptic communities. These include Saint Mark the Evangelist, Saint Athanasius the Apostolic, and Saint Cyril of Alexandria, among others. Who's Saint Cyril?
Third Council Saint, Divinity and Humanity of Christ, Miaphysis.
So there you go. He's a Miaphysite.
Yep. Yeah, we hate Nestorians.
His feast day is celebrated on June 9th. Oh, well, why don't we ask whose saint day is on May 14th?
Yeah, I looked them up. They're all martyrs.
Nothing wrong with the murders. Which Coptic saints have saints day on May? Can't find any. What do Copts celebrate on May? You picked a dull day. And we lost Andrew. Well, he can't have a female patron saint, can you?
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, you could always choose Mary. I don't think they'll say anything if you say Mary.
Yeah. But like, think about it. You're giving a name to your about to be baptized baby. You're not gonna do a lady's name.
When you get baptized and you have to pick a saint, do you then take on I'm not Orthodox, or what's the why does the saint come into the baptism? What's the role?
It's just like a patron saint or whatever. Like I don't know. We'll see.
Is that because I wouldn't imagine just because you've chosen, let's say, Moses the Black means you can't pray to other saints.
No.
Moses the Black. He sounds cool.
It really.
Yeah.
I was the first thing first. Did a podcast about him. It was really cool.
Yeah.
I'm voting Moses the Black.
Dude, I'm not black.
So, this looks like a Fanus icon.
Maybe. Who knows?
Also known as Moses the Strong, Moses the Abyssinian, Moses the Robber, and Moses the Ethiopian, was an ascetic monk and priest in Egypt in the 4th century AD, and a notable desert father. He is highly venerated in both the Eastern Orthodox Church and Oriental Orthodox Church, making him amongst the most notable desert fathers. According to stories about him, he converted from a life of crime to one of asceticism. He is mentioned in Sozomen's Ecclesiastical History, written about 70 years after Moses' death. I'm voting Moses. Feast day, August 28th, Chalcedonian, July 1st, Paoni, 24th, Oriental. July 2nd Episcopal Church. Moses had a rather difficult time adjusting to regular monastic discipline. His flair for adventure remained with him. This guy sounds perfect. Attacked by a group of robbers in his desert cell, Moses fought back, overpowered the intruders, and dragged them to the chapel where the other monks were at prayer. He told the brothers that he did not think it was Christian to hurt the robbers and asked what he should do with them. The robbers themselves repented and joined the community as brothers afterwards. Moses was zealous in all he did, but became discouraged when he concluded he was not perfect enough. See, I like this guy. Feeling overcome by despair and once again tempted by his former passions, early one morning, Isidore, abbot of the monastery, took Moses to the roof. Together they watched the first rays of dawn come over the horizon, and Isidore said to Moses, "Only slowly do the rays of the sun drive away the night and usher in a new day, and thus only slowly does one become a perfect contemplative." Moses proved to be effective as a prophetic spiritual leader. The abbot ordered the brothers to fast during a particular week. Some brothers came to Moses, and he prepared a meal for them. Neighboring monks reported to the abbot that Moses was breaking the fast. When they came to confront Moses, they changed their minds, saying, "You did not keep a human commandment, but it was so that you might keep the divine commandment of hospitality." Some see in this account one of the earliest allusions to the Paschal fast, which developed at this time. When a brother committed a fault and Moses was invited to a meeting to discuss an appropriate penance, Moses refused to attend. When he was again called to the meeting, Moses took a leaking jug filled with water and carried it on his shoulder. Another version of the story has him carrying a basket filled with sand. When he arrived at the meeting place, the others asked why he was carrying the jug. He replied, "My sins run out behind me, and I do not see them. But today I am coming to judge the errors of others." On hearing this, the assembled brothers forgave the erring monk. Moses became the spiritual leader of a colony of hermits in the western desert. Later, he was ordained a priest. At about age 75, about the year 405, word came about that the Mazisis, a group of Berbers, planned to attack the monastery. The brothers wanted to defend themselves, but Moses forbade it. He told them to retreat rather than take up weapons. Citing that a violent death was the appropriate death for a former robber, all who take the sword will perish by the sword, he opted to remain behind. He was joined by 7 others, and they were together martyred by the bandits on 24 Paoni, July 1st. A different story of Abba Moses' death is related in the Paradise of the Holy Fathers. Abba Pomen said, Abba Moses asked Abba Zechariah a question when he was about to die, and said unto him, "Father, is it good that we should hold our peace?" And Zechariah said unto him, "Yea, my son, hold thy peace." And at the time of his death, while Abba Isidore was sitting with him, Abba Moses looked up to heaven and said, "Rejoice and be glad, O my son Zechariah, for the gates of heaven have been opened." Moses was highly praised by his contemporaries. In the 5th century AD ecclesiastical history, written about 70 years after Moses' death, Hermias Sozomen sums up Moses' legacy as follows: "So sudden a conversion from vice to virtue was never before witnessed, nor such rapid attainment of monastic philosophy. Hence God rendered him an object of dread to the demons, and he was ordained presbyter over the monks at Scetis. After a life spent in this manner, he died at the age of 75, leaving behind him numerous eminent disciples." Seems pretty cool to me.
Yeah.
Coptic saints. Although I have to say, I do like Obadiah and Jonah. I'm a fan of Jonas.
Yeah.
When do you have to
I don't know.
make a decision by, Andrew?
Sunday.
Yeah. Should I just like not think about it and then the first name that comes to me on Sunday?
No, that's dumb.
No, give it quite a bit of thought and prayer.
Prayer's good. You could pick one of the archangels.
Could you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Chastiel is nice. I like Chastiel. I would say Chastiel over Tzadkiel.
No.
What? You don't want to be Andrew Chastiel? Oh, you guys aren't even looking at the same page I am. I was looking at this page. Okay, so these are the 7. So there's Michael, obviously.
Yep.
Gabriel, obviously. Raphael, obviously. Suriel, which not sure. Sariel, maybe. Tzidkiel, also known as Chastiel, I would go Chastiel. Sarathiel, I don't even know what that would mean. And Ananiel, okay, was the 14th watcher. What's so funny?
I don't know, man. Just I could so just say like Ananio. That's it.
You know what? Cyrus.
Yeah.
Cyrus is good.
Is he a saint?
Well, I mean, the Bible calls him whatchamacallit, calls him the Messiah of God. How could you not? How could he not be considered a saint? If he's not considered a saint, you guys need to choose new saints.
Mm-hmm.
Habib Girkis, modern day dean of the Catechetical School of Alexandria. Simon de Tanner,
Shoemaker.
Maximus and Domitius. Right. Should we ask ChatGPT again?
No, I think we've got enough.
Okay.
Now let's go back
Hospitius.
to ChatGPT.
What?
On ChatGPT, there was a pickup lines on the left from March. And I think Charlie said it. Charlie thankfully
pickup
built-
lines. Yeah. What? Yeah. You want to see the pickup lines?
What did ChatGPT have to say about pickup lines?
Let's go to the very beginning. I don't even remember how this discussion started. Give me pickup lines. Sure, here are a few pickup lines. Are you a magician? Because every time I look at you, everyone else disappears. Give me bad pickup lines. Are you a magician? Because whenever I look at you, everyone else disappears, and I'm left wondering what just happened. Worst pickup lines. Excuse me, are you a bank loan? Because you have my interest, and I'll probably never pay you back. Christian pickup lines.
Oh no.
Excuse me, but are you a prayer warrior? Because I feel a spiritual connection here.
Instagram favorite. Yep.
I must be a disciple because I've been following you for a while now. Are you a Sunday morning service? Because I can't wait for you to be with you all week. If I were Joseph, would you be my Mary? Because I travel any distance to be with you.
I like that one.
Are you kidding? If I were Joseph, would you be my Mary? And then I would never have to have sex with you? What the? How's that work? As a pickup line? If I were Joseph, would you be Mary and have some other person's child, please?
If that child happens to be the savior of the world, go for it. But
yeah. Excuse me, do you have a Bible? Because I think we're meant to be Proverbs 31 together.
Oh, that's cringe. That's
Are
not
you
even.
a living sacrifice because you're holy and pleasing to my eyes?
Borderline blasphemous.
Yeah. Jewish pickup lines. Excuse me, but are you a menorah because you're lighting up my life? If you were a bagel, you'd be an everything bagel because you have everything I'm looking for. If you were a matzo ball, I'd love to be in your soup. Are you a rabbi? Because I'd love for you to teach me more about you. This was actually kind of funny. Give me pickup lines in yeshivish. Excuse me, but are you a yeshiva bacher? Because you're making my heart pitter patter like a Gemara page. Dumb.
That seems clever.
No, it's not at all. if I were a shofar, would you blow me away? Because I'm sounding off for you. Are you a stender? Because I can't stop learning from you. Excuse me, but do you have a chavrusa? Because I'd love to study with you all night. Okay, that's not horrible. If I were a Torah scroll, would you be my yad? Because I need you to guide me. Are you a shul? Because I want to daven with you all day. If I were a sefer, would you be my shel rosh? Because I want you to be the head of our relationship. Are you a chassidus? Because I want to... What? Go away. Excuse me, but are you a bubby? Because I feel warm and loved just being near you. Yeah. And then I think we move to other stuff. Yep. And then I have no idea why I started asking if Christians are homophobic.
Because you're woke, Jacob. That's why.
I am very woke. Oh my God. If you read the papers that I wrote today and submitted, oh God. What's Shanuda all about? I'm interested. What is Shanuda all about?
No idea. Archimandrite. They go off into caves and live solitary lives.
Dude, I'm tired of not having the Book of Enoch in my Bible.
Suffer.
Well, you have the Book of Jubilees.
I think it's funny. I'm reading this this book on Kyrillos the Sixth.
Who's Kyrillos the Sixth?
He was a solitary monk. He had to fight to be a solitary monk, and then who was unwantedly, forcefully made the Pope. So yeah, he's a saint.
So that's who you're gonna pick?
Yeah. But the funny thing about this is that the question came up of like reforming the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, because back in the day it was just one church, and he was like, "Oh, they can be autocephalous."
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason why I stick up, because the Book of Enoch and Jubilees is not in the Coptic Bible, but this is a 20th century saint. Like the Ethiopians becoming their own church is new news, not old news. So I do like sticking my neck out for him every once in a while. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll.
Yeah, I'm thinking Moses the Black.
I don't know, man. You talked a lot about Jerome. Jerome sounds cool.
Jerome is cool, but it doesn't appear like what's his name seemed to like him.
I don't.
Ask your priest. Ask your priest what he thinks of Jerome.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's definitely a saint.
We're missing Andrew.
Come back, Andrew.
So Teo, how long are you going to be in Los Angeles?
From the 16th till the 22nd. So 6 days.
Okay. So 16th, that's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tuesday afternoon to the following Monday.
Yeah. Okay. Shadow's getting spayed on the 23rd.
What's up on the 23rd?
Shadow's getting spayed?
Shadow's getting
Spayed?
Oh. Yeah. Hi, Shadow. We'll meet soon. Andre, you also coming to Chino?
I've got midterms that week, so I'm coming on the Thursday dinner though. So
Oh,
if you're
okay.
there, yeah,
Yes.
let's meet.
Yes. After
I'm
that.
considering inviting my father because he asked me about my channel.
Do it.
Oh my god, it will be such a disaster. You
Consider
don't
how
even
much
understand.
grief you've given Ezzy about his own father's involvement in the TLC.
Yeah, but like his father's somebody you're going to want to be involved in TLC.
Your
Not
father
my
wants to be involved.
No, he doesn't. You don't understand. My dad thinks anybody who's he thinks all psychologists and all religious people are crazy. How much how much do you think like him coming to the Chino conference is like it's recipe for disaster.
No, I think it's good unwrapping for the TLC.
Yeah, everybody can set my father on me. It'll serve me right if my father does decide to come. I'm gonna invite him. We'll see. I keep on telling Andrew he should invite his father to his baptism, and I keep on telling other people that they need to like be nice to their fathers. So like I have to be nice to my father. I'm telling you, Tayo, if my dad does come, it's going to be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, but even if it is an absolute disaster, it'll make for a fun story one day. So.
My dad.
How does this? That's good.
My dad is even more difficult to get along with than I am.
I don't think you're difficult to get along with. You pretend to be, but you're not.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're like a big teddy bear.
Okay.
Yep, that's right, Jacob. We've all cracked through your shell. The facade doesn't work anymore.
It's funny. I think my dad and John Van Donk would actually get along. They're both
That's
they're both actually like grumpy old men who like practical jokes.
John does like practical jokes.
He loves practical jokes.
I'm excited. Chino, California, America. Woo!
This is your first time in America, huh?
Oh man, and it's at Chino.
Yep. That'll be my introduction to the great United States. Chino, California.
A Nigerian black man with a British accent. You are going to be the hottest item in Los Angeles. Like the women are going to swoon like you wouldn't believe.
Yep.
Well, I'll invite them to the Chino conference because that's where I'll be.
Like all, if you go to the club, Tayo, like you're gonna be the hottest item in Los Angeles.
That seems absurd because it's Los Angeles. Literally, all of the hottest people in the world live in Los Angeles. So,
And how many of them are young Nigerian men with British accents?
I can name 5
And all 5 of them have like
British accent, London born, Nigerian.
have women like lining up.
Oh, it'll be fun. I'm excited. Are you gonna come paintballing, Jacob? Have you decided?
I'm not coming paintballing. I don't paintball.
I don't paintball either, but it's paintball for Jesus, especially. He can't miss out on that.
Exactly, paintball for Jesus.
As I was saying, I realized I was speaking to you.
I think Shadow's out of water. I'm gonna get her some water. I'll be back.
Go for it. Andrew and I can all down the fort. What's happening in the chat? The paint isn't kosher. Which paint? Charlie.
So what's been up with you, Tanner?
Oh, not much. I'm currently reading a book on Paul did a video on Søren Kierkegaard, and he advertised a book, and I bought it straight away. I think it's A Single Life, and I love it. I'm obsessed with Kierkegaard now, but that'll probably last a few months, and then I'll move on to someone else. So that's what's going on with me.
I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah, Andrew asked what was going on with me, and I said I'm reading a book, the book that Paul advertised on his channel about Kierkegaard, to be precise. And so far, his life is very interesting.
Kierkegaard, huh? I always get Kierkegaard and Heidegger confused. And it's like, well, one of them was a Nazi and the other one was...
Yeah, Kierkegaard would not be happy about that mistake.
And then Paul, like, so it's Kierkegaard. It's not Kierkegaard.
Yeah. His relationship and his love life is very, very interesting. And I relate heavily with his worldview on how romantic relationship work. It's very, very selfish, I would say. A little bit narcissistic, but I also think he's correct.
Now you have to meet who? Kierkegaard?
Unless you can go back to the 1800s.
As a Danish Lutheran, I had no idea it was pronounced that way.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, he resigned his Danish Lutheranism before his death because he was sick of Christendom.
So if Caleb, this is Caleb, by the way, if Caleb is going to house sit my apartment, then I'll be able to take my time going up to pick up Happy. But if not, then I have to rush back because I don't want to leave Shadow alone.
Do I get to meet Happy as well?
Nope. Happy is in Eastern Washington.
That's not near Ticino, is it?
So I'm guessing. I'm guessing Happy is as far away from here as Nigeria is from London.
So a little bit down the road.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. How many miles?
Just pull an all-nighter. It'll be fine.
Nigeria.
Just walk straight that way. for 20 days.
4,000 miles from Nigeria to London. No, it's not 4,000 miles from here to Washington State. How many miles from Los Angeles to Canadian border? Yeah, it's halfway, less than halfway.
All right.
Yeah.
So not close.
So Caleb wants to meet my father. Well, you'll probably meet my father anyway. If you're house sitting, when you're in Los Angeles, you'll probably meet my father.
Oh, are your family
Caleb's
all in
coming on?
Los Angeles?
Yeah, my family's all in Los Angeles. Yeah. Oh, Caleb's coming to Chino.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, Caleb's coming to Chino, and he's also promised to do some maintenance work on my apartment.
Oh, nice. Will Chad be fixing your very awkwardly spaced bathroom?
Chad's going to be telling me what to do, but if anybody does it, it'll probably be Caleb, not Chad. Yeah.
Nice.
Good night, Charlie.
Night, Charlie. Charlie was one of the first famous names on the internet.
Charlie?
Oh,
Charlie bit my finger.
Yeah. That was one of the greatest things that YouTube had to offer in the first iteration of YouTube.
Oh, not our Charlie, though.
No.
Our Charlie's like 20.
Oh, my days. He was 10 when that... No, less than that. Oh, my days. 20. That's mad.
Yeah, I have socks older than Charlie.
Born 2000. That's my little brother's age. That's nuts.
I have socks older than Andrew.
Yeah, I'm almost in my 20s. Gotta have a, existential crisis.
I have magic cards older than both Charlie and Andrew. Charlie says he has socks older than himself as well.
Andrew's nearly 20, he says.
Yes. And Shadows decided she wants to eat my my earphones.
It looks yummy.
Here, have a cat.
Take a break. Have a Kit Kat. Shadow is an appropriate name.
Shadow of Death.
What would I need, Jacob, to be able to host one of this just chatting?
Well, I need honestly, if you could open up a new account, because Mo should be set. Well, Mo is going to be there. Andrew's not 20 yet, Charlie, and you said you were going to go to bed. So Mo should be setting things up for just chatting, but he hasn't been. But he's coming to Chino, and the
Also
account that I have now, I'm paying like I think $80 a month, something like that for. And it has 15 admin seats, and and they want $4,000 a year for for any more admin seats.
I'm sorry, what?
They want $4,000 a year for any additional admin seats.
Right.
So I thought it would probably be better if we somebody else starts a different account and like gets 15 admin seats, and that'll be easy. So, but nobody else has done that. So if you were to start a different account with admin seats and stuff, you could probably, we could try to figure out making it work.
Thinking that with the randos and all of that, is that straightforward or would
Yeah, I mean, so anybody who is an admin on an account can add any like YouTube account or
got you.
whatever. So if you were to create an account and make me an admin on your account, then I could go and add my channels to your account.
Understood. Yeah. I think the first YouTube account I'm gonna create will be a Manchester one. We've been recording a few things that needs a place to be posted, so probably that. What time is it? Isn't it too late for you guys? What are you doing up? Both of you?
It's half an hour before midnight.
Oh, okay. Not that bad. Wow. Time difference is mad. But yeah, West. Different too. America's too big.
America is very, very big. You'll actually be very surprised. Well, I don't know what Nigeria is like, but Europe, like the entirety of Europe could fit within Los Angeles. I'm only kind of joking.
That's insane. I know but that's insane because it's not.
Because like if you were to decide to like, oh, I wanna drive to Vegas, you would see that like from Los Angeles to Vegas is like the difference, it's the distance between London and Moscow. And I'm not even joking.
Yeah, it's just too big. No wonder you've got all these problems. It's just too big. That's my.
America is like vast amounts of land. Like it's just immense and immensely large.
Man, I should have had coffee. How about you, Jacob? What are you up to?
I turned in my 3 final papers, so.
Okay. All right.
Kind of. We'll see. I'm almost hoping they'll fail me, but they won't.
Are you now done for the term? Are you? Is there a bit
Kind
of rest?
of. Mostly, yeah.
So I'm the only person stuck in school here after you and Charlie.
Well, Charlie has he has finals all week, apparently. And Tayo should be back in school.
Oh, soon. I do
What
miss.
time-
I do miss. It's
What time is it there?
7:30 in the morning.
7:30 in the
Get
morning.
breakfast. Get breakfast.
Why are you awake this early in the morning? And why are you dancing at the ass crack of dawn?
I've been up since. Oh, yo, I'm gonna annoy you so much. I can't wait. I can't wait to be full of energy while you're still grugging around in the morning.
Oh, it takes me at least 2 hours to wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Do you drink coffee?
No,
I don't, but even coffee doesn't do it. My mom used to put tea in my bottle. Like I grew up drinking tea.
Cultured. You grew up cultured, Jacob.
Cultured. Even the British don't put tea in your bottle.
No, but we appreciate the sentiment.
No, in Iran they literally put tea in your bottle. Tayo, you don't know how to play Magic the Gathering, do you?
I don't, but I don't.
Okay, so before you get here, you're gonna have to download a Magic app and actually learn how to play a little bit.
How long will it take me to do this? Magic.
The tutorials, like play a few of the tutorials. It'll take you a couple of hours.
Okay, I can do that.
Once you learn the tutorials, then when you get here, we will have game of Magic after Magic. Even though I have
What was your meaning the gathering?
Meaning the Gathering, yes. I would love to actually have a cube draft. I have the cube all set up. I would love to actually have the cube draft at least once. And you need 6 people to do a draft.
We'll have more than that at the
Yeah, but 6 people who know how to play Magic.
I think chances are we can get like more than 6 that know how to play Magic from the campsites.
I'm guessing, yeah. So I guess I'll bring the cube to the campsite and we'll play. We'll see.
Meaning the gathering around the campfire would be awesome.
Yeah.
I love how I'm getting so excited to come to America, but I might not get allowed into America. We'll see how that
Why would you not be allowed into America?
Because I'm not vaccinated.
They haven't been checking anymore, have they?
Yeah, well, it says they do, but my dad's gone to America twice the last few months, and he said it just got asked. They didn't ask for a passport; it just asked, "Are you vaccinated?" And he said, "Yes, he is." But he's triple jabbed, 4 times jabbed. So he's
And
good.
you're not jabbed?
Not a single one.
I got a single jab. But
Yeah,
my ears hurt, so I didn't get any more.
I didn't do it out of process or anything. It's just pure laziness.
Oh, I was gonna get vaccinated, but I seriously, my ears hurt for 6 weeks.
Yeah, probably best not to.
If you are going to get the J&J though.
Isn't that the worst one?
It's the worst one, as in it's the conventional one, and it's
so it's
you
not
only
the
need to do one, and
RNA.
it actually lasts the longest. So
It's an
yeah,
actual vaccine, not
yeah,
your code.
yeah. It's not it's not one of the new whatchamacallit. It's the conventional vaccine, and according to Sam, it's actually the most effective long term. So.
I remember there was a whole big thing about the J&J one being the worst one, but this was at the height of Pfizer and Moderna and what's the British one? AstraZeneca.
AstraZeneca.
Do you have a garden, Jacob?
I do not have a garden. I live on the 2nd floor. I have a balcony, and the apartment building has a pool that's not heated, and there's the rec room, but there's nothing in there. And I'm not far from a park.
That's all I need. I just need a park somewhere to go running.
There's plenty of places to go running around here. And I'm not very far from the beach. You could actually run to the beach and back.
Planned. What is it? What is your podcast about?
I don't have a podcast. This channel is mostly about biblical Hebrew.
Yeah.
Actually, well, the Santa Monica airport is between here and the beach. No, but you could walk to the. You could run to the beach and back. It's not that far. Yeah, it's what? Probably. How far would you say the beach is, Andrew? 10 miles? Not even 10 miles.
dude.
No.
I don't.
Let
Like,
me
I don't-
see how far the beach is from here.
I don't
let's
like
see.
sand.
If you MMA on the beach, Anthony is an MMA trainer, and it does MMA without Australian group. That would
It's
be-
5 miles from here to the beach.
Oh, come on, easy. Light jog.
And that's the Santa Monica Pier. You don't even have to go to Santa Monica Pier. I mean, you could go. Which, yeah, I mean, 4 miles probably. Yeah.
It's in the podcast section.
Yeah, from here to Venice Beach is 4 miles.
Pay attention to your Twitch.
To my what?
Twitch. I think that's what that's about. That's Twitch.
Oh. Sam? Who's Sam?
Your Twitchers.
Your Twitches.
Sam, you're gonna have to turn on your video. I don't believe you're one of the Sams I know. Oh, I'm in the podcast section. I didn't know that. My family is all Jewish, so I'm here for it. Can
Does
you
that make
tell
you Jewish?
me something new about Judaism?
Do you have a question about Judaism?
That's what I would say. Do you have a question about Judaism?
Why? Because there's nothing new in Judaism.
Oh, cheeky youth. I love it.
Should I let this porn bomber on?
No. You, Sam. No camera, sorry. Oh. Stick to your intent. Are you not familiar with the name Oda?
I mean, I know a lot of Sams, but I don't know this Sam. What is the thing that keeps you faithful? I don't know that anything keeps me faithful. I'm actually quite faithless. No, that's not true.
That is
What
very
keeps me faithful is honestly, I think you have to be an idiot not to believe in God. I'm sorry, but like the idea that this world has no creator, just like absolutely like I don't even understand how anybody could possibly actually believe that this world is just the result of random, like, that's just silly. I mean, okay, look. Let's say we're walking down the street and you see my cell phone, this cell phone, right? And I tell you that it was the result of trillions of years of random, like, randomness, right? Like, would you believe me? Of course not. But that's the cell phone is here, and that's precisely what atheists would tell you, is that it is this cell phone is the result of random processes. Like, how does any intelligent human being believe that? Okay, I think I'm gonna let the porn bomber on.
I'm
Hello,
not a
Sam.
porn bomber.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Hi, Sam.
What's up, bro? Are you outside right now?
No, I'm inside, bro. What does it look like?
Oh, but Jacob, what's up?
Yes, Sam.
Are you like knowledgeable on Judaism, like the the scripture side of things, or are you just kind of like more casual?
Some people would say I'm knowledgeable. I try to be knowledgeable.
Okay, so I just had a question. Like, why do you think, why don't Jews consider Jesus to be the Messiah?
I have a better question for you. Why would we consider him to be the Messiah?
I don't know. I mean, Christians say that based off the Old Testament, he's the Messiah. So
Yeah, that's obviously wrong. No Jew ever
Are
believes
you a
that.
Christian, Sam?
no.
What's your interest in the Messiah?
I just like researching scripture and stuff like that. Like I watch a lot of religious debates and stuff.
Yeah. What's your religious background?
The fact is that for 2,000 years, a bunch of Gentiles have been running around telling us that Jesus is the Messiah, is the Jewish Messiah, and they have failed to convince any Jews.
Any Jews, Jacob? Any? Really? Any? Not a single?
Okay, which Jews did they convince?
How about Paul?
I don't think he was Jewish. Prove to me that Paul was Jewish. You can't answer a question with a question. Have you ever met a Jew? Answering questions with questions is Jewish.
Yeah, like that's like lawyer talk. But
No, but seriously, I mean, as far as even Christians don't believe Jesus is the Messiah. They believe Jesus will be the Messiah.
I just don't understand how, because Christians take, it's based off the Old Testament. You know how, the Bible is, the Old and the New Testament. So, how did they get to that conclusion that Jesus was the Messiah from the Old Testament if Jews
They
don't?
didn't. So I have what I call my $5,000 challenge. And I can only give my $5,000 challenge because other people have given the $5,000 challenge and nobody's ever claimed it. My $5,000 challenge. Show me even one, any prophecy of the Messiah in the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, that Jesus uniquely fulfilled. $5,000. And when some people tried to, in fact, meet my challenge, Father Stephen DeYoung, who's an internet celebrity, you can look him up. He's an Eastern Orthodox priest, came on my channel to tell them, stop trying to meet his challenge. You're never going to do it.
Jacob, you're the one
What?
that's out here saying prophecy isn't fortune telling, you know?
You're right. Prophecy isn't fortune telling.
When do you guys think the Messiah will come?
Soon, I hope. Before Teo gets here.
Soon, I hope, I pray, I need. What's your religious background, Sam?
I'm
what did you
non-religious.
What?
I'm non-religious. I don't believe in any religion right now.
Did you ever?
No.
Did your
Never
parents
did.
raise you in a religion?
No.
What's your cultural background? Are you American?
Yeah.
May I ask where in America?
Yeah, I'm from Texas. So
From Texas. Ooh, Bible Belt.
yeah, sort of. But so all of you guys are Jewish?
No.
No, afraid not.
Oh, I thought bottom right was.
I'm Jewish. Andrew is going to be baptized next week into the Coptic Orthodox Church. He's going to become the first French Chinese Coptic Pope. Tayo is a Christian of sorts, he thinks.
Yeah. I attended an Anglican church yesterday, which was, I think that's going to be my new church for the next year or so.
Not in the United States, it's not.
Yeah, so I'm Christian, but church is searching. Ezzy, pull up.
As he's running the Pharisaic line.
Chazi is Jewish. Chazi lives in Israel. So Sam, tell us about yourself.
Man, not much, just looking, kind of been researching a lot of religious stuff recently, but not much.
Why?
Man.
No, I mean like
I'm just interested in it, because every like religion, like Islam, like all of them together, like they all claim the other one is false, and really the evidence to look into it, it's just pretty much just scripture. So it's
Okay,
like,
so in Judaism, we don't claim other religions are false. We don't claim other religions are false. We believe that there's one God, and that one God reveals himself to the entire world and each individual person to the capacity of that person to, in fact, withstand revelations of God. And so it's very, very different how we view other religions than general monotheist, most versions of monotheism, including, although I have to say some Muslims in fact have a very similar view as Judaism does, but Christianity's view that if you're not Christian, which for the vast majority of Christian history, Christians asserted that if you were not Christian, you were going to hell. That, thank God, most of them don't say that anymore. That was unique to Christianity. What?
They do still think that, don't they? Like they think Jesus is the only way to heaven.
Well, that's what a lot of Christians believe. I would say probably a majority of Christians believe, but that's not what a majority of Christian denominations teach.
there's this really hard line.
So there's what'd you say, Andrew?
There's this really hard line in City of God by your least favorite church father, St. Augustine, where he says the Neoplatonists worshipped angels. So, do with that what you will.
Okay. I mean, this is Augustine. You're supposedly Oriental Orthodox, Andrew.
He's still a saint, man. He's still a saint.
Yeah, but he's a pretty dumb saint when it comes down to the Eastern Orthodox. I mean, you're going Coptic, like
oh my God.
Yeah. Don't be throwing lines of Augustine at me and going Coptic.
That's hilarious. What's been the most interesting thing you found, Sam, in your religious research? What's grabbed your attention?
I don't know, I just kind of I don't know what the most interesting thing is, honestly. Muslims say the Quran is preserved, and it hasn't been changed, and
USP.
Christians, huh?
That's a good USP. And Christians, what do you think we've got to offer?
Well, in terms of scripture, I think the earliest scripture, I mean, you guys have scripture, I'm pretty sure, from the time that Jesus was alive, like back in the 1st century. It's just very tiny pieces of paper. And then, like, I believe in the 3rd century, 4th century was when you guys have like full manuscript text. And then, like, the Council of Nicaea, which is when they decided on the Trinity. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, I just don't understand the whole, like, people say that Paul invented Christianity. They say, like, the Trinity was something made up.
I'm not dead.
Yup. And those people are right. Hello, Lauren. I'm guessing you're from Twitch.
Hi, Lauren.
Lauren is muted. And I didn't mute her. She's unmuted.
Sorry, hold on. I have it open on to.
Yep. Always happens.
My bad. I didn't know it was that easy. Sorry, my bad.
It is very easy. Yeah, StreamYard. That's what I like about StreamYard.
Can you still hear me though?
We can hear you, but please don't flash us with porn.
I won't.
Good,
I'm not. Oh my god, not about that. I promise. Who does that?
Oh, it happens all the time.
Do that.
Well,
There are people,
actually,
especially
that's not that surprising, but I won't do that. I promise.
especially when we have Bible studies and stuff.
I was the
people
one
come
chatting
on.
in your channel. I was the one chatting in your channel as Ronald.
I figured, yeah.
Yes,
I
that was
figured.
me. So
Yeah.
I'm not. No, I don't have anything to do with any of that.
So, Lauren, tell us about yourself.
Well, exactly what?
Well, may I ask where you're from, how old you are?
Sure. I'm from Canada. I won't say the province because you might not know, but I'm from Canada. I'm 33.
Mhm.
I've lived here my whole life, but like I said, like all of my family is Jewish
Oh,
for the
wow.
most part. Yeah, and except for I mean, I would say like my aunt, she married into the faith, but
Mhm.
I don't have any other family other than her. And all I have to say is that is like seeing her family and like my cousins, and like it's just been, I don't know, I've always been interested because they are honestly the best people I know in my life. They've always been so, I don't know, kind and hardworking, and I've always been interested. I've been to all of my cousins' bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, and it's always interested me. And
Mhm.
so I just
So, are they? Do you know which denomination or no?
I don't think I do. I don't think they're like super orthodox or anything like that. They're pretty like laid back, but they all still believe in the faith, like I would
Mhm.
say.
So, did you have a bat mitzvah yourself?
No.
So your parents aren't religious.
Well, I feel like my parents were more in the Christian faith, but like not even that I could explain. Like we went to church when I was young,
Mm-hmm.
like really young, and that's the only kind of memories I have of it. But for me myself, like I wouldn't say I'm non-religious. Like I've been to churches, and like I said in my chats, I've taken religious studies because everything about religion interests me. Like I love to know what people's faiths are, what people believe in, what anyone, what fuels you, like that kind of thing. But
Mhm. So what about your grandparents?
my grandparents came from France, so
Mhm.
Christian all the way through and through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you just
Me
have
personally-
Jewish family.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I'm
You're
not, but
Jewish
like
yourself.
No, but I because of my family marrying into it, I've always found it interesting, and I wanted to know more about it. Yeah, yeah.
I see. So your aunt is. Oh, I see. I
Yeah, like she
misunderstood.
married in, but
Okay. Sam, your mic's buzzing.
that's why I've always been interested. And like my family on that side is so like wholesome, and honestly, like I don't know if it has anything to do with that. Like they're just the best people I know. Like they literally are so. They're the most wholesome family. They're just.
Well,
So-
unfortunately, I mean,
Not
there
saying
I
that
know
that has anything
I know
to do
some
with
really
that.
good Jews, and I know some really bad Jews.
No, of course. Like I know good and bad people as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it has anything to do with that. But
well, hopefully, I mean,
I'm just an
I would like to think.
open-minded person. Like so, I'm like, if I was to not learn more about any of this, like I was just like, oh well, it's just the way it is. Like I don't know. I'm just trying to be more open-minded
Knowledgeable?
about it. Like I would actually love to know about their religion, because like I love my cousins, I love my family. Like I want to know more about what it is they believe in, like what they go through. Because I'm not a religious person. I'm spiritual for sure,
Mhm.
but I'm not religious in any
You
way.
might consider. So we're just starting a new book club. Well, I mean, we've had a book club, but we're starting a new book in our book club. And most of the people who are members aren't Jewish, but we're picking Jewish books, and not this Thursday. Next Thursday is going to be the first thing for the book club, and the book we're doing is The Great Partnership by Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who was the chief rabbi of actually, I think the entire Commonwealth, but chief rabbi of Great Britain. And yeah, you might be interested in that. You might be interested in some of the stuff. Most of my stuff is on YouTube, although I do stream on Twitch. And the reason I stream on Twitch is I always end up like bumping into the nicest random people on Twitch.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of the internet, right?
Yeah, well, especially on Twitch, I've made several good friends on Twitch. And almost nobody ever watches. Like most of the people who watch my channel watch on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah, so like the discussion is mostly on YouTube, but and like my backlog and stuff. But I also stream to Twitch, and so on Twitch, I've met several people who've become good friends of mine. So and I think we get more females off Twitch than YouTube.
Well, it's just like I really wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I just have always been. I don't know. I was just like, I was feeling like, I don't know, kind of inspired, and I don't know, like I can't describe how I was feeling, but like I usually watch Twitch for like video games, but I was looking for something else. I think because something that somebody said to me, and like because of my family, I've always been interested in the faith, and because I took religious studies in university, like I've studied all kinds of religions, and I always thought that Judaism was like one of like the kindest and most thoughtful religions. That and like Hinduism and Buddhism, which like they don't say like if you don't like this, like you should die. It's like that's not the way that Judaism works to me. Like so I don't want to like make any claims, like I don't really know that much, but like I would really love to know, because like just from what I know and my family.
Well, Chazi is our local rabbi here, and he says, "Hi, Lauren, welcome. What a pleasure to have you here."
Oh, hi.
you found the right place. Chazi actually lives in Jerusalem, and despite the fact he's a rabid Zionist, we all love him.
On to defend himself soon.
Yeah, he'll have to jump on to defend himself soon. Yeah, we joke a lot around here.
Well, that's honestly the sign of that's a sign of something that I appreciate, because like if you take yourself too seriously, that's kind of scary. It's kind of scary if you do. You're like,
honestly,
hey.
the people who have
Yeah.
no sense of humor, that is
Oh,
the
that's
greatest
frightening.
sign of evil.
Yes, thank you. Like I agree. You can't take a joke. Like holy frick.
Yep.
Chill out.
Yeah. No. Honestly, a person who like it's funny on Twitter today. The Babylon Bee, like they posted one of their hot and spicy things, and so people have been losing their mind, and like all kinds of people like, how could they? This is so unfunny. This is not funny. How can you say this is funny? And I was like, okay, like the best part is the people who are losing their mind at it and saying how this
makes it 10 times funnier when people
Yeah.
don't have a joke in their mind. Yeah.
Yep. Up.
So wait,
Lauren.
I'm not sure I understand what's happening. Like, what was the joke though?
Oh, the Babylon Bee. Oh, I'll pull it up. The book Babylon Bee is Christian satire site,
Oh, okay.
and on Twitter, here I'll pull it up.
Are you big on Twitter? I've never used that
I'm
site
not big
ever.
on Twitter, but I do use it. I mean, how many followers do I have? I have 452 followers on Twitter. I'm huge.
But actually, like that probably is significant. I don't know anything about Twitter, but like I feel like Twitter is something that I've never used because I'm just like a random person. But I feel like Twitter is used by a lot of big whoever, right? So that's actually a lot of people. if you
Well,
think about it.
I got blocked
That's
by
400
David French.
Imagine if there was 400 people standing on the street listening to you talk. Like, you know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
So yeah. So this is what I posted. Nothing so telling about a person as telling others that they shouldn't be laughing. And this person is like, this isn't funny. And this is the joke. Hitler exonerated after footage discovered of him moonwalking on subway.
Oh my god. No. That's terrible. Why does he look so happy? Like,
he's moonwalking.
He's just having the best time. Just, you know, living his best life. Gee, that's terrible.
Yes, I'm sorry, but you can't join without logging in just because we too many porn bombers. Sorry about that, Lincoln. Chazi says, Lauren, talk to us about how you experience spirituality these days, if you don't mind. That is.
Yeah, sure. Well, that's the thing is like I'm very open. Like I loved taking religious studies when I was in university. It was my favorite class. I went to university for psychology because that's what my uncle does, and I always have admired him. But I feel like I just went in too young and I didn't know what I was doing. So I just went into school and was like, yeah, this is so fun. But I took all the good classes that I wanted to. And yeah, religious studies was my favorite, I think. It was the one that didn't make me fall asleep, at least. Because I was just like, I love the way that people experience faith and like what makes them feel good and what makes them do good. And how everyone, I feel like when I learned about all like East and Western, I was like, I feel like we're so close. we're so close to like getting to a thing that resembles one thing that we all believe in. You know what I mean? Like, not that all of those religions have one, you know, God or anything like that, but it's just like we all believe in so many similar things. You know, like there's so much that ties us together. There's so much that we don't like, even if we have different religions, it's like we have so much that brings us together. We can kind of like forget that for a second and be like, gosh, we all believe in like such similar things. Like we want to be good to each other. We want everyone to feel happy and like safe and to feel like compassion, kindness. But there are some religions, I will say, I'm not gonna say them out loud because I don't want any like hate from anyone, but like there are some religions that like if you are this way, you cannot be included. And like I just don't believe that that's like a rational thing. If there was an omnipotent God, like he would not do that. That's my yeah, that's my perspective. Like, and I know there are religions that think that way and there are religions that do not think that way. Like if God created us all, why would he create people that he hated? He would not. I just don't think that. I don't think that would happen. Like he literally had a choice to make this. Like that's just my perspective. And so
So you're not a Calvinist, and you're telling us that all Calvinist preachers are evil. I'm joking.
What's a Calvinist?
So Calvinists, there's actually a lot of the people in this. So we call our little group of people this little corner of the internet. And in this little corner, we actually have a lot of people who are, in fact, Calvinists. But they tend to be nice people despite being Calvinists. And Calvinists believe that God is the only one who decides who's going to heaven and who's going to hell.
Right.
And so they actually believe that God decided from the beginning, some people are going to heaven and some people are going to hell. And there's nothing you can do about that. It's just...
That's a straw man.
It's not a straw man. That is what they believe.
It is. That's a straw man of the doctrine of election. It is. And
How is it a straw man of the doctrine of election?
Okay, but wait, can I ask you, like, why would a, like, wait, Teo, like, you believe in God.
I do.
Who is God to you?
Oh, gosh. Oh, God.
That's a simple question. You should
No,
think.
it is, and I've got an answer for you. As a Christian, the image of the invisible God is Jesus Christ. That's
A man who doesn't exist anymore.
Doesn't exist anymore in which dispensation?
Okay, so like Jesus Christ came and died. So
Yeah.
like he's the one that's controlling all this. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So basically, I know it sounds crazy, but it's supposed to sound crazy. If it was simple, it wouldn't make sense to me. Jesus Christ, the Son of God, came. Yes, he lived, he died, but it's in his story. It's in the story of Christ that the unity in multiplicity that you're seeking can be found. That's what I believe. Meaning that you're from what I've heard from you, it seems like you've got a problem with the exclusionary part of religion, and you want everyone to be included, like to want more inclusivity, less exclusionary. Is that correct?
Well, if you think about it, if God is omnipotent and all-knowing, why would he create any part of this life that he would want other people to hate? It would not make sense.
Are you
To
familiar
me,
with the story of the
to
Bible?
me, like why would you do that? That would be like insane to do that.
You
But
took
just
religious
my
studies.
opinion.
You do know
I'm
the
not
Bible.
God, also, so I don't know. Maybe there's like a reason, but it just seems like wild. Like why?
It
Like
seems
why
well
would
done.
you? Why would you like create a? Especially like if you think about like genocide and like you are a person of color, no?
But
Would you really think that God would create people to like hate against you just because you have melatonin in your skin that helps you actually fight cancer?
I
Your
think
your skin
blaming
tone actually helps you fight cancer better than white people. Like white people get skin cancer more easily than black people because your skin is literal sunscreen.
Lauren. So Teo and I had a
It
very
is.
interesting Lauren. So
Yes.
Teo and I had a very interesting conversation on my channel, which I would kind of recommend to you because Sandy is also a Canadian. Because it sounds like you have been engaging with conversations which Teo and I are somewhat familiar with, which are very common in, especially I would say, university circles. But I would say, and I think Teo would agree with me, they come from a very particular view that has not experienced the same things that like Teo and I have.
Change my view then, because I literally am open.
Lauren,
I'm not
I don't,
a university student. I will be open. I will shut the fuck up. I will listen. Change my view.
I actually,
Literally change my view.
I
will.
actually don't want you to shut the fuck up, Lauren. I genuinely don't, because I think I like the spirits in which you're engaging in conversation. You've got good questions to ask. I am not going to be able to answer the questions that you've got. I don't intend to. It's not. I've got more questions than you probably have about Christianity. But my faith isn't dependent on the things that I know or the things that I
No, but I'm
things that I
so
can articulate.
curious, and I literally am so.
Yes, well, we can have the conversation. What I will say is I want you to spend a lot of time in this little corner, so to speak, because it's filled with people like you that are searching, they've got questions, and they're engaging with it in the right spirit. Now, as it comes to the problem of evil, which is what I hear you describe it, Jacob's got a saying which I really like, which is theodicy is the answer. You have to wrestle through it. It's a lifelong. Sometimes you feel like you've got better answers than other days, but most of the days it's just wrestling through it. And I don't think my faith, my Christianity.
Are you telling me to go away?
No, not at all.
That's what I'm trying to say. I want you to engage more often.
Oh.
What's your ask a question? I'll see if I can answer you. What's the one thing you want to ask about my faith?
I was so scared because like I was like I really thought you were telling me to go away.
No.
I was
Lauren,
actually like literally gonna cry. I was like, no, please.
Lauren,
I'm actually so invested. Like, please. I'm
okay.
so much invested.
So Lauren, let me just explain about this little corner,
so
what we
bad.
call this little corner. This little corner is filled with a lot of people who had who I think have a very similar questions to a lot of things that it sounds like you have. And what we've been able to do through talking with each other is, I think, progress in our conversations beyond what we generally see the conversations being around us.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm in college right now. I decided to go back to college. And there's a lot of things that my professors expect me to say. And if I were to disagree with them, they would become very angry and in fact tell me to go away and in fact probably fail me and remove me from where I am. And one of the things that this little corner has started doing is having incredibly open and honest conversations
Yeah.
that can sometimes be actually quite uncomfortable, but it's in a welcoming spirit where you have to be incredibly obnoxious in ways that you obviously never would be. You seem like an incredibly nice person. And frankly, some of us are incredibly obnoxious, I have to say, including me. I can be very obnoxious sometimes. And sometimes you have to feel okay to tell me, Jacob, shut up. Because I'll talk forever. But
I want to hear what you have to say though.
then I highly welcome you to spend more time in this slow corner. My channel on YouTube, I have hours and hours and hours of video.
And on Discord.
And we're on Discord. I don't know. Have you used Discord, Lauren?
Yes, I'm a giant nerd.
Okay, so there are several.
Yes, Discord is my life. So
okay, so there are several.
Thank you, though.
Discord
Thank you for thinking that I
servers.
wasn't. I love that. Thank you.
Sandy, shouldn't you be sleeping, Sandy?
Hi, Sandy.
That's why I'm sitting here in the dark with the shawl wrapped around me because I couldn't figure out how to jump onto the phone and say hi to Lauren for a minute.
Oh wait, hi.
Hey, yeah, it's 3 a.m. So I just popped in for a minute to say hi, and Jacob was talking to you about the book club, which I was part of, and about I forget what he was saying just before I got up to the computer.
Oh.
This is a very nice place. I'm also in Canada.
Oh, are you?
Yep. Ontario.
Oh my gosh.
That's why it's 3 a.m.
Well, I don't. I hope you didn't do that. Like, well, obviously you're awake, but thank you. I really appreciate that. Like,
so my Discord server, I believe there is a link to my Discord server. There is a link to my Discord server in the YouTube of this video.
Okay.
You're welcome to join my Discord server. There are several other Discord servers as well. There are several other channels as well in this little corner. And I think what you'll find is we're generally really nice, even though we'll talk about a lot of stuff that sometimes is not. Oh, and Teo just included the Discord.
no, I already know.
on his-
I already know
yeah.
it's going to be a very welcoming and wholesome place. Like
Wholesome? No.
No.
We don't do wholesome. No, I'm
No,
sorry.
very welcoming. Okay, let me just retract my statement real quick. Whatever, okay?
Whatever.
Just a very place, a very place.
It is yeah, this little corner. So this little corner, some people abbreviated TLC as in tender loving care. And there sometimes people can be really, really nice in this little corner. Not me, other people.
Sometimes they're yelling, and that's how they show each other love.
You know what? I totally understand that, though. It's okay. It's okay. I get it. I get it.
Teo is having way too much fun. It's 8 a.m. How do you run around at 8 a.m. like
It's actually because I didn't go for my morning run, so I've got a lot of energy to spare.
morning run? Like, how do you go running in the morning?
To catch the sunrise, obviously.
Oh, I'm proud of myself. I started walking to work again. I wouldn't be running anywhere.
Okay, but like we're not at the same place that like right now if I went to run to work, it would be like I'd be freezing, it's raining on me, like you know what I mean? Like it's not the same.
Okay, really?
Well, Sam is in Texas. I'm in Los Angeles. Teo is in London, and Sandy's in Toronto, and you're in
Are you
somewhere
kidding me?
Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
not
Chezi is
literally
in
Toronto,
Jerusalem.
just in that tiny corner of Canada that's kind of tucked in under between the
The
I am
tiny-
outside. I was born in Toronto, if that counts, but no.
Really?
Yeah, I went to school there. Yep.
Well, my
UT.
whole family is from Toronto.
That's a good place to be.
Okay, it's getting late here. I'm actually going to go to bed. Chezi is an admin, and he can jump on later. Teo should be an admin, but I don't have extra admin seats. I might have to kick Nechama off because she doesn't use her admin seat and give it to Teo. But we'll figure it out. But you guys have fun, but I'm actually going to go to sleep.
I will soon too, but technically I can keep it open, I think, for a bit. I just have no idea yet really what to do.
You're not an admin.
No, I'm
are
not
you?
that kind of it tells me that I can get in without being let in.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there. But anyway, so you guys worst comes to worst, you'll all leave and it'll stop by itself later. But other people may join. The problem is when there's no admin here, if somebody else tries to join, can't get pulled up. Teo, you're silenced.
We need an admin because we can't pull people in.
Yeah, but you guys can sit here and talk as long as you like. Anyway, I'm going to bed because it's almost 1 o'clock here and I need to
Okay,
go
well,
sleep.
I appreciate you. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you for talking to me. You're always welcome here until I decide you're not, because
Well, I promise I won't do any weird porn shit.
okay,
You're worried
no
about?
flashing people with porn, especially the Catholic priests and stuff. They really don't appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to worry about that.
Okay, I'll see you.
Not
guys.
Catholic, and I'm not a priest. I'm also not a fucking weirdo.
There's a few of those.
Just to put that
I
out there.
didn't even know people did that until I heard them saying that one day, and they what?
Yeah, I didn't know, but as soon as they said, I was like, yes, of course the internet would result in flashing porn on streams. Yes, it makes sense.
No, because people
Sadly.
because some people are just sad and they don't know what to do, and it's that gives them a sense of oh, it's so fun. It's
Mhm.
it's oh, come on, don't you have anything better to do?
As someone
literally.
that was once 14 years old on the internet, it is a funny thing to do. I'm not going to lie. It was a funny thing.
Yeah,
to
I
do.
can see the appeal.
Yeah, the internet is a good.
Oh dear. Did I miss you giving your an introduction beyond? They were just I know when I jumped in, they were asking you something about spirituality. You'd gone through your entire family kind of thing, and so a lot of your family's from my area. Neat. What did you share anything interesting I missed?
Lauren. Oh,
She's
muted.
thinking. No, probably not. She might be muted. Okay.
Oh, Sam, you're back. Hey, Sam.
Yeah. My
How are
phone
you?
died.
Oh.
But Teo, so what made you choose Christianity as a religion? Were you always a Christian, or?
I was literally born in a church, so that's a good start.
Really?
Yeah, my mom's my grandfather on my mom's side owns owned a massive sort of commune cultic thing that I was born in. So yeah, but I chose Christianity I've chosen Christianity 3-4 times now, where I've done the sinner's prayer, which is the the Christian ritual of I now believe I am now a Christian. I've done that about 4 times, and each time I couldn't give you a theological or even logical reason of why this is what I've done. It's That's
Feels
just
right.
thing else makes sense. It makes sense more than anything else, even though it doesn't make sense to me, it makes sense more than anything else, and that's the best way I can put it. And it's this: there's a lot of Christianese language to describe it, where Christians will know what I'm talking about. There's an encounter with Jesus, an encounter with the Holy Spirit, an encounter with the Creator of the universe, and just feeling this. You feel this love, this unending love that that draws you towards Him, and I'll say that's what. And the story makes sense. The craziness of the story makes sense to me. It makes sense that to reconcile God and man, it would take a story as crazy enough as that of Jesus in the Gospels.
Huh. I grew up in church, but I've been really enjoying learning the Jewish side of things, hanging out in Jacob's book clubs and things. And oops. Bye, Lauren. Yeah, that's a place I really needed. Aww.
So what do you guys do over here? You just like talk about religion, or?
They do a lot, but also there's a whole bunch of people talking about some of the people they've been watching. Like I gather a lot of people kind of connected through watching either Jordan Peterson or a couple of other
John Vervaeke, Peugeot, and
yeah.
So yeah, there are 4 or 5 sort of main channels that a lot of the audience in the TLC sort of swim from. And yeah, Jordan Peterson is a big one. I think it was like the start of it all. And then there have been other people coming into play. What's your religiosity, Sam?
I think agnostic is the one where you're still choosing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I guess that's what I am. I'm really just trying to see which one has the most merit, like which one I guess logically would make the most sense to be
But
true.
it's not. You're clearly not an atheist. You do believe there is a God, or are you not saying there is a God?
Yes.
And it's just a case of which path.
But yeah, yeah, that's a cool place to be actually while you're still discovering all sorts of things. I like and that's probably one of the reasons I'm like I lost my partner a couple of years ago. He was Jewish. I grew up in church, and yeah, there's some really fun balance there that I found I didn't really learn because of some of the different. They dig at things deeper than we do from their cultural perspective, as well as things that I'm really curious about. That's why I've enjoyed the book club too,
Yeah.
So
are you Jewish or you're a Christian still?
I suppose so. I keep going. I mostly work on Sundays because I'm old and broke. Yeah, so the fun thing is yesterday I had an hour before work start that I could do. I'm in a little house church at the moment, one of those church plant things some denominations do. And so I said to them, well, I got an hour, I can pop in. And I was sharing a bunch of stuff. They had a bunch of scriptures and things they were all reading aloud and reflecting on this morning or yesterday now. And one of those meditative things you can do where you kind of read something and then you read it again and then you say what grabbed you out of it. And and it's funny, I found myself sharing some of the things from the Discord chats that I've had with people and some of the things from like book club and stuff that I've been learning. And so I still do go to church. Yeah. I popped out for a few years going through some hard spots, but mostly just kind of I'd pop in. My sister they had online church, of course, during COVID. So if I had an hour in the morning, I'd pop in, at least listen to her doing their song thing. They have this tiny church too, and they do like an hour of singing before they do an hour of church. So yeah, but yeah, But I know, like where I'm from, there's a lot of angst at the moment going on in the denominational tradition I'm from. The last 25 years or so. So I've been kind of hanging out on Jacob's channel. It's a lot more calm and
What's
a lot less, yeah.
What's the denomination you're from, Sandy? I'm not
Same
familiar.
as Paul.
CRC and your
Yeah, that was my ex. He was CRC. Yeah, and they're all kind of having massive meltdowns over there. So I'm kind of hanging out here.
I mean, I'm Anglican and we're having a very similar. Well, I'm now Anglican, recently Anglican, and the mess is just as bad as the CRC, probably worse than the CRC. So
I was Anglican, but I bypassed 25 years and picked a new mess.
Yep.
Laughter's very important. Some people forget that,
It's
and
essential.
laughter's so important.
If we can figure an admin in the chat, can you come on and let Lauren in, please?
Let me see. So how do I do that? Where's the chat? On the
StreamYard. I'm not sure if he's in the backyard.
I think he said that Jacob needed to be here.
somebody
Sandy
with
might
the ability to let's see. Mute stop cam settings present. Let me see who's present.
Let's present.
No, that's present. I don't want to present. Maybe Hezzy's around. Maybe I'm not. I could have swore it told me I was at one point. Remove from stream. I don't want to remove anybody, so what would that be?
Oh wait, let me share the link to in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna go over. Are you sharing that in private chat?
No, I'm sharing that on Twitch for Lawrence.
Oh, I can. Oh yeah. Okay. Comments. One. Go to the bottom. So I see StreamYard in the bottom. Don't know what that is. What happened? I misclicked. Can I come back? Shoot. Okay, hang on a tick. StreamYard. Let me Google.
Whilst you do that, Sam, you got any more questions about religiosity, traditions?
StreamYard, how to let people in the StreamYard's help center getting started, blah, blah.
I mean, it depends on kind of how much you know. Like how much have you researched about like Christianity and stuff like that?
You probably know more than me. I'm not going to lie to you.
I mean, I don't know much personally. I really don't. So
I've lived more than I've learned. Christianity more than I've learned Christianity. Although I did also spend time debating.
Resolution standard. No, that's me.
I've been debate with atheists back in the day, and but all that seems futile to me because it didn't really help my faith and it didn't convince anyone. Oh no, we've lost Sunday. No. How's she gonna get back in? Oh gosh. All right, we need an Ezzy or Neama, someone with a.
So are you admin now?
I don't believe so. I don't have the admin privileges. I need an admin watching to pop up. I can't believe we just lost Sandy. She was the last admin we had.
Yeah, I think she left on accident, honestly.
Yeah, probably. When was the last time have you been to a church? Have you attended church before?
I've been I've been one time.
One time?
Yeah.
What was it? For a wedding?
No, it was just a friend of mine. I just went with him on a Sunday.
Do you know what denomination it was? What happened?
I believe it was Protestant. I don't know if that's a denomination, but
it's that there's about 3 million denominations in Protestantism, but that counts. Can you describe the experience, the worship experience? That can Usually narrow things.
We just went, and the pastor was just, or I think it's called a priest. He was just talking for a bit. It was about 3 or 4 years ago, and then we did this ceremony where they like splashed holy water on like a group of us, or water. I don't know what it was, and yeah. Other than that, I really don't remember much.
And so yeah, I'm not envious of people in like you and Lauren. You are trying to pick from the multitude of religions that's on the table, that's on the offer. I don't know how you would even go about deciding which one to pick, what metrics we would use.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you know, like, do you know who Sam Shamoon is?
I am not familiar. Who is Sam Shamoon?
He's just he's a Christian apologist. They do a lot of debates, you know? Like
yeah. Oh yeah, I do. I've just googled him. Yeah, I'm familiar with. I've just seen his face. Yes.
Yeah, Sam Shamoon. I follow a lot of Christian and Muslim apologists. And you know, when it comes down to it, the main topics that they discuss are like the textual, the old scriptures, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Council of Nicaea, the historicity of it. You know, they talk about like the facts, and then they critique like contradictions within the books, like the Bible and the Quran. And
to me, that sounds like a game you can play till literally the second coming, and you can find contradictions here, contradictions there. You can like trying to logically determine which religion is true. It's not a futile task, but I don't think you can come to your consensus from doing that. At best you can do is determine which one is less wrong than the other.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you would ever come to a time and say, yeah, this was definitely right and this is definitely wrong.
Yeah, because like, I mean, we will never know for sure until we're dead, you know? So
we'll find out the day after the world ends.
And ultimately, like both of the scriptures, you know, they've been copied and copied and copied. So there's bound to be some errors here and there, I'm sure. You know, that's the way I look at it. So it's not like you're going to find one that's like absolutely perfect. But like you said, like figure out which one is the least wrong, you know?
Have you engaged the scriptures yourself?
No.
Either the Quran or neither. Yeah, I'll say that's the Bible's a lot. It's even for people you know about it, it's still surprising. So I can only imagine how surprising it would be for someone who's never read it, because it's a strange library of books.
Yeah, it's like how many pages? It's like 1,200, I think.
66 books. That's far.
Yeah. But I am going like when I have the free time, I'm going to take the time to read both of them, because you know, it's just interesting either way to read them. But you know,
yeah, I think there's religion is interesting if you're approaching it from a sort of philosophical mythics, just, you know, trying to figure out, these are cool stories that's existed. But when it becomes existentialism, when it becomes like your worldview and it's an existential dread whether what you believe is true or not, then things become very serious very quickly. But I think that your approach of just searching and learning is a good way to start.
Yeah, because I envy a lot of these guys. I think envy is a bad word, but like I look up to a lot of these guys that they know the scripture very well. You know, they put a lot of time into like researching the Bible and the Quran and even the like the Jewish books too. I think it's a really noble thing to do.
Agreed. And I think there's agreed. 100, definitely, it's a noble thing to do, and something I wish I did more. I need to spend more time in the Word.
It's never too late, no.
Oh no, that's for sure. It's never too late, and I've been spending the last 4 or 5 weeks trying to find a church too, because I moved recently from north of England to further down south. I'm trying to establish myself again, find a church that I can attend regularly, and it's not an easy. It's not as easy as it used to be, because now that I know more about churches and traditions, I have to be very careful about which one I choose to submit to, and that plays a. Yeah, it's all very interesting, and I think I've got one now that I feel more comfortable with, and with that, my spiritual discipline will be better, hopefully.
Yeah. That's good, man. That's good.
How did you find Jacob's channel? Is it just from apologetics and?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking around on YouTube. I saw like the Hebrew writing in the background. I wanted to ask him a couple questions.
Jacob is quite knowledgeable about Judaism, but I think more interestingly is Jacob's story and his relationship with Judaism is more interesting than what he knows about Judaism.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm gonna pop into a couple more streams, you know, when he's on. I want to ask him a couple questions about the Torah and stuff.
He's got now I'm just doing promo for Jacob. He's got Greek Bible study. If you check his channel, you see all of the upcoming live streams and you can pop into them.
Sounds good.
Don't think we've got an admin on deck.
Yeah, Sandy said she was not. She wasn't. So.
His is not in the chat. Nor is. To be fair, it's like no, it's 9 a.m. nearly here. It's 1 a.m. for Jacob, so I can imagine it's 3 a.m. for people not on the West.
Yeah.
Where are you, Sam?
I'm in Texas right now. I'm in the U.S.
Oh, Texas. What time is it over there?
2 in the morning.
Yeah, that would explain why there are no admins.
Yeah, I thought the admin from YouTube was gonna join, but it is what it is.
Oh no, they're still waiting backstage. Sandy and Lauren are still. Oh gosh, how do we figure this out? I might have to just call Jacob and wake him up.
Are you guys gonna stay on for a while, or are you guys just heading out?
I'm gonna stay. If we can get an admin, I'll stay on for a while, just to let people in. I really want to continue talking to Lauren because I think she'll be valuable for this little corner as well. So if we can let her in, that would be great.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to her about she said something about like if God is all powerful, how could he let like evil things happen? I think that's a good question. It's a good thing to talk about. But
if God is so powerful, why does evil exist?
Yeah, and like she said something like if God created, like why would God create people to send to hell?
Yeah, and Jacob, being Jacob, rightly used that opportunity to poke at Calvinist. There was a conversation on. Are you familiar with Paul van der Klee?
No.
I would search him up on YouTube. He's a big pillar of this little corner. He had a conversation with 2 other TLC participants about this question of hell, and it's not as there isn't a consensus on it the way non-Christians think there is, because you've got people that are universalists who do believe in hell but don't believe it's permanent and forever or eternal. And then you've got people fundamentalists who believe yes, there is a permanent eternal torment that's for people that God decides will go there. Personally, I do think I do believe in hell. I don't know if it's eternal or not. But there is judgment. I believe there has to be a separation of, okay, let's find out who's really good and who's not. From my point of view, I'm good and everyone else is bad, and that's true for everyone else in their point of view. And I think there needs to be a an authoritative figure outside of ourselves that gets to decide, okay, this is what good is, this is what bad is. And I think that judgment does need to happen. Now, what form that judgment takes, I do not know, and I'm not going to pretend to know. So if the question is, why would God create a permanent, eternal, torturous place, I don't know how to engage with that question. I don't even know if I believe in it or what that looks like. But if the question is, why would God exert judgment on people, that I can have a conversation about, because somebody needs to have a judgment about people. We've done a very, very not good job of judging what is or isn't good. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I think, you know, I think in a lot of ways, this life is a test almost. And I don't think Jewish people believe in hell, do they? Do you know?
I don't think they do.
Yeah. So
Jacob
it's just,
ask. It's a different thing. Sheol.
yeah, like I've heard different things where like Jews, I think I heard that Jews think that hell is, it happens here on earth, like during our lifetime. And then some believe that it's just nothing, like there is no hell. So I don't really know. But I think, I don't know. I think because God is all powerful. He created us. He knows the past, present, and the future. So obviously he's aware of all this. But I think that he chose to give us free will.
Yes.
Like I don't think it's outside of his bounds to do that. You know, I don't think that he created people specifically like this person's gonna go to hell, this person's gonna go to heaven. But I think he already pretty much knows what's gonna happen, but he just lets things play out.
That's what you just brilliantly explained is how I understand the Calvinist doctrine of election that Jacob was sort of mocking earlier, which is it's not our God decides you hell, you heaven. It's more like you said, he's omnipresent and all knowing, and he's also given us agency, given us choice, but he's also aware of where those choices would lead. What Sam said is very Calvinist. Yep. Just reading Sandy's message in there. So yeah, that's what you said is my understanding of what Calvinist theology. It's very much a God knows, not a God decides.
Yeah, I know that because I've seen a couple debates where atheists use that argument, and I think, you know, that's the best answer is he chose to give us free will, you know.
Yeah,
So.
and I think the problem of evil, it's one that I struggle with every other day pretty much, but at the same time, you can't negate the agency of man in the existence of evil. We've got a role to play in that as well. We can't just say God created evil. We are constantly engaged in evil acts using our own agency. So yeah, we have to take some kind of responsibility for that as well.
Yeah. So what's your take on Christianity? It views people that they're born into sin. You know, like I think gluttony. You said cardinal sin?
I said original sin.
Yeah, like what's your opinion on that? You think just because we're human, we're inherently kind of evil, or?
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have a family. I don't have a child, but I do have a lot of niece and nephew, and I babysit because I like spending time with children. And there's this sort of belief in the culture that children are pure, they are this, are blameless, just pure, and then they get contaminated by people and culture. If you spend enough time with enough children, you realize children have different personality. They've got personality from very, very, very early, before they're a year old. You can tell their personalities, and you can tell when they know that they're doing something wrong, which is bizarre because they're children. They can't use words, and I say all this to say to me, that's why this idea of original sin makes sense. There's a sinful nature that we exist with, and I think it just makes sense to me in my experience of reality and my observation of how everyone else exists around me. There is a sinful nature. You, as a kid, you can think back to doing something wrong and knowing it, even though you weren't being told that that was wrong. There's how does the Bible say that the laws of God is written on everyone's hearts, so to speak, and you know when you betray that law. So I think original sin, first, sin just means missing the mark. It means there's a way to be and you're not being that way. You're not being in correct relationship with reality. And I think we do that constantly, consciously and unconsciously. I don't think even atheists need to be convinced that we live in a sinful, fallen world. It's everyone's got this thing in them that the world is not as it should be. Sin.
Yeah. Mm.
This is actually pretty. Oh, are you? Do you have access to the private chat? Because Sandy's.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, I think she's putting some good stuff there. If you can just get an admin. Tayo, what you're describing sounds more like what I've heard from Lutherans. I think Jacob is accurate about at least some Calvinists. It's often described as double predestination. Yes, double predestination.
Yeah, but my phone is about to die, so I'm gonna hop off. But I'll see
Alright.
you. Yeah, if you're in the stream, I'll see you another time, bro.
All right, thanks for jumping on, bro. Have a nice time.
All right, man. Have a good day.
Cheers, you too. Bye bye. Well, I was gonna leave the studio as well. There was no one to come back in. I'm just gonna read out some of Sandy's comments for the. I don't want to misspeak on it out. Listen to some of Jacob's Bible study videos and some just chatting. What Sam said is very Calvinist. I think I read that bit. And she also said, the bit I've learned in book club from Judaism is more than God, without the O, intends everyone for redemption. Background from churches, all sinners and its salvation. Jacob says God made everything for good, which is different than how Christians understand it. Taya is explaining a bit different, but getting at how we are called to live. So, right. This is not or just chilling or just chatting because no one's chatting back. So hopefully we can get an admin on. What time is it? 8:55. Okay. I have to go in 5 minutes. Oh no, in 35 minutes. 9:30 is my next StreamYard appointment. Okay. Do I have presenting? Can I present? Present. Oh no, I cannot present because I don't have admin privileges. Never mind. Is anyone still watching? Let's see. Oh, more people watching. Oh, I wish Sandy was on. She's dropping a fire in the private chat. But I'll read it out for you guys. I hadn't noticed it, but Christianity says God made us good and not evil. Jews say God made everything for good and evil. That's a distinction, especially for Calvinists. I have learnt about a lot in listening to everyone on Dick Jacobs Discord. So Christians say God made us good and not evil. Jews say God made us for good and evil. I was not familiar with that distinction. I wasn't. God made everything for good and evil. That's the Jewish. For good and evil. I think that statement makes more sense because it allows more agency to God than the other statement, which is just for good. Because if God is in charge of good and evil, then God is God. Otherwise, then it's just the God of the good and the God of the evil. Am I making sense? I don't know. It's hard thinking out loud. Not to confuse, Christians describe evil differently. I've thought about it. Evil is not the Christian concepts. How would you say Christians describe evil? I can't even highlight the comment I'm responding to, but check the live chats. Sunday's dropping gems. Jacob emphasizes for. Okay. So emphasizes God made everything for good and evil. So, if God made everything for good and evil, to me that just sounds like a statement that says God can use anyone or anything. Sandy says, we say God is good, but sin comes from choice/evil. Bit lost there. So used to just listening in church. Yeah, the Christian concept, the evangelical Christian conception of evil is very low resolution. That I can agree with. But the difference is like that verse, God uses all good things for the good it intends. I think that's Philippians. Is it? Romans 8:28. Yeah. I really want to play a clip, but I don't. I'm not able to. Frodbiff says, God definitely creates evil. It says so It says so in the Hebrew Bible, as Jacob loves to point out. There is no one beside him. His purpose is good because he is good. So in the end, even the evil is for good. That makes sense. Wish I could highlight that. But yeah, Frederick's comment makes a lot of sense. I get that. But the difference is like that verse, God uses all good things for good. Okay. Yeah. God definitely creates evil. It says so in the Hebrew Bible, as Jacob loves to point out. There is no one beside him. His purpose is good because he is good. So in the end, even the evil is for good. I'm just thinking of the story of Abraham and Isaac and the sacrifice pump fake, and then the real sacrifice being God's own son. So yes, evil, even the evil is for good. That, if that's true, my next question will be about the evil one, the deceiver. Is irredeemable? Is even that for good? And I'm just chatting with the comment now. Hmm. Fascinating. That's the art to understand place. Like when my partner died, but I am surrounded by good people and he owed so much being here. Things like that. I don't understand yet the ending. I should be around long enough. Well, we love you being around here, around our son, Sandy. Your presence is essential for this community. There can be no choice of free will if there is no choice to make. We choose between good and evil. We could not do if evil didn't exist. I'm trying to make sense of the last comment there, Frederick. There can be no choice of free will if there is no choice to make. So if there's no evil, then there can be no free will. That's why the narrative tool of the fruits, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, is brilliant, because that introduced the choice in there straight away at the start of creation. It's there. You've got all of this that you can do. Just stay away from this one thing. Stay away from it. And we all know how the story goes. God left places for us to participate with him in the good. This little corner is better for my spiritual understanding than going to church, honestly, because I'm learning a lot just from these comments. God left places for us to participate with him in the good. Yeah, that makes sense. I've been listening to, let me find the actual title of this book. It's a book that Paul highlighted last week, I think it was last week, about Kierkegaard. And there's a phrase in it that reminds me of what Sandy said about the odd to understand place. Let me see. How can this work? So. Towards the end of his life, I need to find the quotes. Oh, but we've got another comment from Frodwith. Deuteronomy 30:19. I called heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. As for me and my household, we will serve the Lord. Choose. I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. Choose life, that you may enter the places that God has set apart for us to participate with them in the good. But yeah, there was a quote from Kierkegaard at the end of his life, and I'm just going to paraphrase because I can't find it. It was very, very sick, and he knew he was dying, and he was still wrestling with what his life it meant and what it means to be a Christian in Christendom. That he didn't believe in the Christianity in Christendom was dead to him, so he was participating in the Christianity in his head. And at the end of his life, he spoke about how the genuine faith is the one that's been tried and tested. It's the genuinely Christian is one that even in the art to understand places are still giving God glory. Yeah, that spoke to me. Right, I've got an estuary recording in about 20 minutes, so I'm going to leave. But unfortunately, this will keep on going, so I open admin can come on and end the stream. But thank you all for your participation. Thank you very much, Sandy and Fredwith. I've learned a lot from you guys. Next book club. Oh, just in your link, Sandy. Clicking on that now. What are we reading? All right, a great participation. Science, Religion, and the Search of Art Cover. So yes, before I go, book club. The next book club will be on The Great Participation by Jonathan Sachs. And it takes place on Thursday. Like and subscribe. Leave a comment. Bye, guys.